Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure to begin the second day of our SciELO 25 Years Conference. Our topic is Open Science with IDEA, Impact, Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Accessibility. We would also like to greet the public watching us online. We had over 1,400 people signed up from 50 different countries. So we'd like to thank our sponsors and partners who helped us to make this event happen. The SciELO model is an open access model for research items with Meta Publisher, a mural with QR codes to your left. Will direct you to different contents showing our library as an extension of our mind. I'd like to remind you that this week has a code of conduct based on the IDEA principles, impact, diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility to promote an open, healthy, and safe space for all. All participants have previously agreed to this code of conduct, which is available on our website, 25.cielo.org, and on our official app available for Android and iOS. The official hashtag for this event on social media is SciELO25. I'd also like to remind you that the SciELO program launched in March a number of seminars to celebrate its 25th anniversary. We have 30 seminars available on our website as well, 25.cielo.org, once again. This conference is organized as a global forum to analyze and debate the state of the art in scientific communication, a transition towards open science, and its impact on the future of journals, especially SciELO journals. Before we begin with our first panel for this morning, we have a question. This is the interactive moment that we're going to have with you and everyone watching online. We'll show you this QR code on the screen, and the question is related to the following panel. The question is, to what extent is it feasible to change the academic evaluation systems to better value our journals? This is the QR code. If you'd prefer to go online with a URL, it's menti.com, and the code for this question is 43248561. We'll give you some time to connect and answer. We've received the first answers. So the question is, to what measure is it feasible to change assessment methods? Is it not? Is it a little, a lot, or I don't know? Not feasible, a little feasible, very feasible, and I don't know. Once again, this is the QR code if you haven't answered it yet. As a reminder, we'll ask the same question again at the end of the panel to see if there were any changes to your results. For now, very feasible has received most of the votes. Okay, so let's begin this panel called We Who Do. This is in the Open Access Platforms program line. So for this panel, we would like to invite Fernanda Bego, professor of the Consejo Nacional de Investigaciones Científicas y Técnicas and Universidad Nacional de Cuyo. Ms. Solange Santos, the coordinator of SciELO's publication unit. Ms. Susan Veldsman, a SciELO coordinator in South Africa and a director at the Academy of Science of South Africa. The chair for this panel will be Ms. Adriana Ferrari, Executive Coordinator of the uh, Library and Digital Collections Agency in the University of São Paulo. We'll pass it over to Ms. Adriana. Well, good morning, ladies, gentlemen, everyone in between. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm very excited, and I have to confess that when we see this anniversary, this 25th anniversary, it's a reminder that right about we were all together, but it's a reminder that time flew by. So there are many things that come to mind at a moment like this. Again, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for inviting me. The SciELO that we saw being created, that we supported in the beginning, asking editors to join us in this innovative idea that brought a lot of concerns and fears. I said that each one did a little bit. Yesterday, Mr. Perez talked about how he heard about the idea. And in libraries, we were also encouraging our editors who had printed journals who were telling us, how are we going to do this online? What if something happens to your computer? Then you're not going to have a print copy. And our question is about library is something that only people who have been younger for a long time know what libraries did in the past. So we had to bet on many things, and we all gave our contributions towards a project that turned out to be so successful. I also think that faced with new questions and challenges and uncertainties, we feel the same way right now. But we will definitely need to have courage to innovate and defend open science and open access. A lot has been said about the consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic. It's important to highlight that in Brazil, we experienced not only a pandemic, but pandemonium. With the election of President Lula, we were able to change the game, and Brazil is once again following its commitments to the 2030 Agenda and the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. In that sense, it's important to remind you that Latin America is still the most unequal region in the planet, and Brazil is among the top. As the good librarian that I try to be, I'd like to show you that on the 25th of September, we launched the 7th edition of the Luz Report, produced by a civil society based on the 2030 Agenda. It's a report on the monitoring of this agenda in Brazil. This report is showing that of the 102 of the 168 goals, meaning 60.7%, had reductions in comparison to 2020. 14% were threatened, 16% were stopped, 29% had insufficient progress, and only 3 had a satisfactory level of progress. I have some data here that will exemplify what I mean here. Brazil went back to the World Hunger Map. Nearly 62 million people, 30% of our population, face moderate or severe food insecurity, which is similar to the early 90s. There's a lack of women and of the LGBT community across all industries. Brazil is the 92nd of 153 countries in a ranking ensuring equity for women. Socioeconomic inequalities affect women and girls, the black population, indigenous peoples, and vulnerable populations disproportionately, especially in the north and northeast of Brazil. It's important to say that the Luz report not only presents this data, but also has some recommendations based on reliable information on the achievement of these goals. I'd also like to add that libraries are strategic partners for the 2030 Agenda and its 17 Sustainable Development Goals. You heard President Lula's speech, so the inclusion of OBS 18 has now taken place, aiming at global equity, or racial equity, excuse me. And this involves access to information, culture, reading, and especially fighting fake news and defending democracy. Information and initiatives for open access, like SciELO's, are essential in this fight against disinformation. As was said yesterday, journals are not passive, so supporting open science, idea, impact, diversity, equality, inclusion, and accessibility serves to reinforce the participation of everyone in our scientific community to create a fairer and more human society so that no one is left behind. So I'd just like to mention that because I think what we're going to discuss here is all about building a better future, starting right now. This is something that we need. We heard yesterday someone saying that they weren't wearing a jacket because it was unusually warm, and climate change is now showing its presence, right? Everything that we've been discussing and defending in our papers as we defend science. Without further ado, I'd like to begin with Fernanda Bejel, who is a titular professor at the National Council of Technical and Scientific Investigation and at the National University of Cuyo. She's going to tell us about the role of Latin American journals facing a higher diversity in publishing circuits. I would like to thank SciELO's team for inviting me to be here, and Abel, and the possibility of speaking my own language that's very rare in the conferences I usually attend. So today I have the results of a recent study that we had on the role of Latin American journals and how information is communicated right now. We analyzed some of the transformations that are taking place currently. So here I'm referring to the context of the current global debates. Assessment evaluations are one of the most important topics. And this is what drives this panel. Social relevance of research, open science, a process that I participated in directly. So I'm going to focus on the discussion about the concept of academic excellence. This has been a long-lasting debate that connects to this idea of academic autonomy. If we think about this arrow that goes downwards, reflecting on the idea of excellence, which has always been ensured in Web of Science and Scopus or in publications indexed by mainstream collections, this guarantee of excellence had two implications: ensuring scientific and academic quality, autonomy, and visibility, which is what gave these publications a certain certification of quality. But with the commercialization of the publishing industry, we are at a moment in which this legitimacy is being undermined. So I'll focus on excellence and autonomy. There was a question asked about the word publishers in English, which is ambiguous. It is used for elements that in Spanish can be different. And I realized that this is not only a linguistic issue, but in Latin America, for us, journals don't really belong to a commercial publisher. At least most of them don't. But our journals belong to what we call editorial or publishing institutions, meaning scientific societies. And this is the key word for us, a publishing institution. It requires an editor who will run that journal and give it some direction. When I started working on the pool-rich database, this was made very clear. For each journal, the institution has a difference between commercial publishers, that's what they're called, and the public author. So the author or the intellectual owner, so to say, of that journal. But this has changed over time. Pierre Monnier had a very important study on diamond journals. And if we look at that report and keep track of it, this is something that we're doing with CNBs. And we see that there is an important percentage of journals that were now purchased by commercial publishers that didn't charge them for publishing and now do. And in that sense, ABC is, to a certain extent, responsible for this greater split on what we call the mainstream publication circuit, which is generating inequalities. In sociology, we call it intersectionality, but there's an element that is added to this kind of inequality, referring to gender, class, and nationality, which is also generational. We see that APC and resources are now directed towards journals, especially in biology and health sciences. And this happens in the youngest generations. So, in a way, open access, what we used to call gold, that is considered immediate and free of charge, now could be a Pyrrhic victory. So classifications are being disputed. What would be the position of a diamond journal versus an APC journal, academic versus commercial journals? I think that editors versus oligopolies or commercial oligopolies are in the same line as we are asking in our research. So how are Latin American journals doing in that sense? Our indexing system, which we understand is self-managed by the academic community, and of course supported by institutions with public investments, have 4 essential indexing systems that have existed for over 20 years. SciELO, which is now 25, and the repository Federation, La Referencia. And the project that we developed in our university in Cuyo raised, and we know how difficult it is because databases are not interoperable, so it's difficult to have lists of journals. But we found 4,600 journals indexed by Latindex, which has advanced significantly, as well as SciELO and Redalyc. Out of these 4,600 journals, we saw how verifiable an academic editor was, and we found that 99% of them were, which was expected. They had clear references. In editorial committees, we know that we don't always we're not always able to have that editorial role, but we found a lot of active participation. We know, however, that doesn't happen in many journals that now are starting to belong to the mainstream circuit. It's difficult to define what we used to call predatory journals. Now they're called questionable, but you know what we're talking about. These journals that are between being a full journal and being a starting one. So it's an ambiguous definition. In Latin America, or rather in Ibero-America, the journals that we're focusing on in SciELO and Read the Leak, out of the total number, including Spain and Portugal, see the different classifications there are, referring to editor, chief editor, director, meaning the person who's really setting the focus for that journal. And then we have an academic editor, which may be a co-editor, then the academic editing team, technical team, the academic committee. So look at the number of terms there are for all of this. This is not a disadvantage, but it implies that we have journals with a lot of autonomy. Of course, we're talking about nearly 1,500 journals. So this is being translated into Spanish, but chief editor is very common to say in Portuguese, and this is a category that appears repeatedly. But in Bullrich, you don't see a lot of variability, and this is one of the central points to determine their autonomy. In the latest debates, which I'm sure you heard about, not only are there academic committees renouncing from known journals, not only are there reports of that, but I was also in an excellent debate by an Argentinian editor who invited us to talk about this topic, and commercial publishers, especially oligopolies, have been interfering with committees, with the role of editors, and even selecting evaluation peers who are going to review articles. And this demonstrates how difficult it is to separate between academic and commercial journals.
In Latin America and in the journals that I'm presenting, indexed in SciELO and Read the Leak, we can see the classification of the publishing commercial publishers, as all the journals of the mainstream are classified. They amount to 57 journals of 1,971, 19 by university publishers, which are really in operation as publishers that would be called commercial. There are governmental agencies involved as well, but you can see the number of journals that are linked to universities, college, and organizations. They represent the majority. It's important also to notice that there are journals that belong to scientific associations. Some of them are independent, not linked to universities. Let us focus on those specifically. How many of them really charge for APC? Of 1,971, 222 charge for APC, with one main publisher 28. Among independent journals or university publishers, and the numbers 85% are linked to scientific organizations and the others to universities. But it's interesting to see how much they charge for that. Let's focus on scientific organizations. In those journals linked to scientific organizations, which amount to 475, the ones that do not charge APC amount to 338. But let's see those that charge for APC. I think they are journals more exposed to the possibility of being exposed to commercial publishers. These are journals that are sometimes taken over by those commercial publishers. Those that charge $200 or more represent only 16 out of the total. Well, to wrap up, in a study which is really essential, and you can see the authors here, it was observed that the Web of Science database, out of the total of journals, only 10% are run independently by scientific associations. All the others, because 35% are run by commercial publishers, and by changing the managerial software of the journals, the participation of the editorial committee tends to shrink, and those that are managed by commercial publishers with more support of organizations or not, we might wonder what importance would those commercial publishers have if they lose the academic correlation? We have to understand the transformation that those publishers are going through to perform really different metrics, and we have to support the journals of scientific organizations who are at a risk of being taken over by commercial publishers. So what happened with our OA Diamond world? We offer Diamond Access journals of quality, but to what extent are they really valued by our researchers? Researchers that really want to publish in journals that offer visibility. To wrap up, I would like to say that considering SciELO and all Latin America organizations, we have to try to build non-commercial science, which is plural and varied. The idea that mainstream circuit would be the main reality had been built, but putting aside alternative options, such as the ones in Latin America. However, to get to the idea of reality and social relevance, we have to see things differently, not only understanding vertical parameters, trying to strike a balance between the assessment of science in each country, considering global and local standards. This is my proposed model, such as if it were a Wheel of Fortune, a TV game that used to be on TV for many years. Let's try to run the wheel and check the different circuits of circulation, the level of prestige, the research agendas that would just determine which journal the publications can be made. So let's change that evaluation policies and try to strike the balance that each organization aims at. Thank you very much. Thank you, Fernanda. Very interesting and timely presentation, just presenting that wheel and bringing about so many interesting issues. There is always some intention behind all the different initiatives. So really great presentation. Let me now invite Solange Santos. She is the coordinator of our publication unit at SciELO Brazil. She's going to talk about the 25-year anniversary of SciELO Network. Good morning. I am going to share with all of you results and some proposals that we have concluded during the 2 days of our meeting with coordinators of SciELO Network. Here we have the list of countries which are part of a SciELO collection. But let me go over the model that we have seen repeated here during the first 2 days of our conference. It is the model of defining the collection. There is a process for collections to join SciELO. There are different steps. First, there is a pilot collection up to the moment that we get a central collection. It is supported by technological platform. And there are 2 documents which are essential for the development of SciELO collection, which are SciELO criteria and the priority lines that guide us how far we want to go within 5 years. Just piggybacking on what Professor Fernanda has just said, the development of a SciELO collection is seen in the countries where the collections are established as part of public policies in the country. These collections, and as we've heard during our meeting, they serve really to support the evaluation systems in the countries, in addition to including meta publishers. Speaking of the international nature, SciELO cooperates with a number of reference organizations such as Crossref, Diamas, C4DIGS, DOAJ, JATS. There is a broad participation of SciELO program in all these different organizations. The program also has technological infrastructure and a specific model. And what we discussed during our meeting of the network are all the challenges we have to update the technological platform, especially incorporating the use of DOAJ. And as part of a SciELO program, in addition to collection of journals, there are also preprint data and SciELO books, all of them part of SciELO program. We have had the opportunity of seeing this slide before here. It shows the evolution of SciELO collections. There are 16 collections part of SciELO network. Up to 2013, we had half of these collections fully established. We have had a smaller increase in recent years because we have well-established collections in Latin America as part of our system. In addition to the development of collections, in 1998, we had SciELO Brazil and Chile, and in just 5 years, we had reached half of established collections, and half of them have a median participation of 19 years. In other words, collections are well established, and they've been with us for a significant number of years. In addition to the time of existence of different collections, we also have how long the journals have been with SciELO, and the median is 27-year journals on average. On the upper quartile, 42 years. So there are at least 20 journals at SciELO Network which have been published for 100 years. Let me share with you the number of journals and documents in our network. This is exactly a confirmation of the consolidation of the network. Now there are fewer new journals and new documents on a yearly basis because the median of the collections, the median of existence is 19 years, so it's well established here. The last country to join is had been Ecuador. The others had been with us for 20 or 25 years. So I would say our main collection is very well developed. Here we have distribution by area, journals by area. I hear that the SciELO network is focused only on healthcare, and that's not true. When we go over collections, we can see a predominance of social and humanities, social sciences and humanities. 52% of journals are social sciences and humanities journals, then 45% life sciences, and 14% of exact sciences. In Paraguay, there is a predominance of medical areas, and in Brazil and Chile, we have fewer journals of physics and mathematics. Concerning distribution of documents, things are different. Life sciences have the highest number of documents in the collection, and science, social science and humanity, 34%, especially in Chile, Colombia, Mexico, and South Africa. The proportion of documents of exact sciences tends to be smaller in all different collections, and it's even smaller in Brazil, Portugal, Peru, and Paraguay. Now let's go over now the publishing authors. Abel pointed out in one of his presentations that there is a predominance of national authors, but especially in Brazil and South Africa, the percentage is over 80% of documents that are of national authorship. Now, foreign authors in different journals, we can see Costa Rica, Chile, Ecuador, and Uruguay having a highest percentage of foreign authors. In Costa Rica, 66% of the authors are from outside the country. Uruguay, 53% of the documents being authored by foreign citizens. Now, if you look at the region, we can see Spain and Portugal as having authors from outside the region, and in Latin America, Chile and Brazil, which have 26 and 22% of authors outside the region. This is just to share with you the age index, age 5 index of the collections. The numbers are not comparable, of course, but when we analyze age 5 indicator of our collections, there has been an increasing rate of about 7% on a yearly basis. Number of access, we've already seen this chart before. We have a massive number of access of all our SciELO collections. 1.5 million every single access every single day. Here we have scientific production per region using Scopus basis. We've seen this graph before. The contribution of Latin America amounts to 5%, Ibero-America 9%, and Africa 4%. However, when we look journals in the region, Latin America, out of 18%, 17% are part of SciELO. In Ibero-American region of 16%, 11% are at SciELO, and Africa 2%, which are SciELO journals out of the total scientific production. Here we have documents. Latin America share in the base amounts to 50%. SciELO amounts to 34% of all documents, and Latin America, or rather, in Latin America, 94% of what's published is open access. Now, coming to my conclusions, let me share with you the results of our network meeting. The participation of countries in SciELO network is a voluntary choice. It is a commitment with the principles and objectives of SciELO program. They are based on FAIR principles and DEIA principles. SciELO program, in its decentralized model, values the development of national skills and national infrastructures, of publishing in journals of quality, dealing really with the asymmetries that are inevitable to a network of that nature. Development of collections is always based on SciELO principles, based on national consulting or advisory boards. Each country has its own advisory council, and adaptations can be accommodated according to the local needs, but always guided by the action lines. Multilingualism and plurilingualism are very important points for SciELO network, just making sure that we have equity and inclusion, and that has been the case since the very beginning of SciELO. Another conclusion of our meeting resulted from our self-evaluation exercise. Most SciELO collections are highly supported by political entities in each country concerning public policies and policies of reference. SciELO network has emphasized the importance of improving SciELO network governance. We've created a working group that is going to support SciELO in really overcoming this challenge. The improvement of technological platform has also been addressed extensively, identified as a challenge, not only in the use of AI, but also conveying greater accessibility. It is a challenge, and it's important to emphasize the challenge of accessibility to contents. Whenever we think about accessibility, we tend just to think about the interface and what can be done for accessibility. But as we have here many publishers, I would like to emphasize the importance of considering accessibility to contents, because it really requires changes to publishing flows. Having a commitment of publishers, authors, SciELO platforms, reviewers, we all have a role to play.
Yesterday, we had a panel that discussed diversity and accessibility in one of the talks. And this is not only about the platform or how it interfaces with others, but it also requires editors and procedures to be updated. We established a ethics committee and a committee for good practices in research, which will be used in support of our board in topics related to ethics. So this committee will be used whenever necessary by any coordinators in the SciELO committee. We also have a guide on using artificial intelligence tools and resources, when they can be used and how. So this guide was also created. We discussed the concept of contribution and funding contributions, which connects to what Ms. Fernanda mentioned about APC and how that can be dealt with in the SciELO network. This concept was developed, and it's not exactly an APC concept, right? So when fees are charged, how that should be done. A declaration supporting open science, which you have all received a copy of. Open science with idea, right? Recognizing the success of the SciELO network and highlights the fact that open science comes in many shapes that may vary in their implementation and also from region to region and institution to institution. It also states the commitment that SciELO's network and its institution has to implementing ideas sustainably over time. This presentation was made on behalf of all of the coordinators who participated in the meeting. So thank you for this opportunity. Thank you, Solange, for your talk and for your presentation on the history and future challenges that we will face. This connects very well to what Ms. Fernanda said, the tensions that editors also feel, right? Sustainability, which always comes first, and how we can balance between uh, local and regional criteria, but also the requirements made from an international perspective. Now I'm going to invite to the lectern Ms. Susan Veldsman. She is a coordinator of SciELO South Africa and director at the Academy of Science of South Africa. She will give us a talk on accelerating progress to open science in Africa.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's an absolute pleasure to be here. I just want to start off and to say thank you very much to the organizers of this conference for yesterday morning sort of trip down memory lane, where we sort of had the privilege to walk with you the distance over the 25 years of SciELO, sort of where you were and where you're going. And I think what was absolutely quite incredible to me personally is just the amount of commitment, especially financial commitment, to SciELO. Because, you know, in the end, we all, as the network, benefit from that finances as well. The ASIF hosts the SciELO South Africa collection. We have 105 active journals on the platform, and it's funded, the staffing, etc., by the Department of Science and Innovation, and we are endorsed by the Department of Higher Education and Training. You would have heard that DOAJ, as well as Abel, actually referred to that particular position that we have in South Africa with SciELO South Africa, which is very important because we use it for evaluation systems as well. But you know, in preparing for this meeting this morning, it took me really back to my own 22 years of open access and being involved in it and advocating for open access. Started in South Africa and then trying to reach out to Africa per se to advocate for the use of open access at the time. But you know, over this 22 years, I got so frustrated because just nobody would listen, nobody would take it up. Nobody would believe us the benefits that you can actually gain by being open, not only in terms of open access, open data, open research methods, everything. But I think I'm fortunate to say this morning that I'm extremely privileged, and I'm quite excited to be today in this space of open science as such, because I think there's progress. And I think what we really lacked over the years is the glue, the gel, that brings all this parallel developments, open access, open data, open research methods, open peer review, all those things together under one umbrella, which is today called as open science. So I have hope for the future, and that is a really great. Now, I'm not sure if it's me or whether it's it. Thank you very much. So I think where we stand in Africa today is that national open science policies are really set, and this is very important, with a broader government policy context of socio-economic. We heard our chairperson that actually sketched in what situation Brazil and the rest of South America is. We're exactly the same. We're sliding. There's not an upwards trajectory on many things, so to speak. So that's very important. And it really looks at global issues like hunger, poverty, climate change, etc. And then it codifies it into sustainable development goals. So it really gives even governments reasons to understand the importance of openness as such. It is that one, thank you. So even coming from the tip of Africa, it doesn't mean that we are isolated from the rest of the world. We still function globally. You can see that the UNESCO recommendations on open science are extremely important. That sort of guides us. There are other reports of the European open science policy, etc. We have very strong relationships with the European Union and very heavy bilaterals. Sorry, and now it went dead. I'm so sorry, so I'll have to turn my back to you. So you can see that these also guides us in what we actually do, and it's very important. But it's not just only international policies that guides us. On our continent, we actually have very strong organizations and bodies, political on the one hand side sometimes, and sometimes really for economic and socio-economic development, like the African Union and SADC, which is the Southern African Development Corporation as such. I want to sort of highlight this particular project. It's called the African Open Science Platform Project. ASIF started it. We piloted the project, but it spun out in 2018. It spun out to the rest of Africa because we didn't have a strong enough Pan-African focus, which is extremely important when you talk about African Open Science Platform. They're building this platform and they're really broadening it out, and you can actually go and have a look at it to see what it does. Now, what is the status of open science policies on the Africa continent? You will see there are some very dark gray areas. Those are the countries that are looking and starting to discuss and talk about open science in its entirety. The one in orange is Ethiopia. They published an open access policy. So I liked what the speaker said yesterday. We've got to be very careful not to conflate open access and open science. I think it's dangerous, but I think one must also look at the positive side of things, namely that, you know, at least if you have an open access policy, it is a start to greater things to come. In South Africa, we are waiting in anticipation for our open science policy to actually be approved by our parliament. So it's already sitting with the very highest body within our South African government. It's taking time, a bit concerned about it, because I think there's always a right time for something, and I'm just so scared that we actually lose this opportunity to take these things forward. So I think what is important, and I want to show you this, and that is even in our policy, we subscribe to the values, and that really sort of sets the scene in which open science have to take place. Quality, integrity, equity, fairness, collective benefit, diversity, and inclusiveness. So you can see that it's extremely important, especially for us in South Africa. My colleague yesterday talked about our history and our past, and we are now in our new democracy, and it's important that we actually adhere to these values to take South Africa forward. So the policies apply to publicly funded processes, outputs, data that generated or actually utilized public funds as such, and I think that's important. So like any other country in the world, we started with institutional repositories. Currently, we have about 54. Very concerned about institutional repositories, actually. They seem to take off, but there's sort of a lull right there. And organizations actually struggle to commit themselves and to fund the maintenance of these repositories. But I think all the major libraries, university libraries in South Africa has repositories as well as research councils. DSpace is the software that we actually use for our repositories. This is for me quite a sad story. When we did the African Open Science Project, we did fund Data DER, and we helped them to set up a federated search engine to actually federate their repositories. And it worked very well. It was very basic and simple, but it was a way to actually reach all the master's and thesis dissertations and articles published by Africans in the repository. But I've learned that it has actually stopped, and that is really of our concern. Thank you. So, as I said, 105 active journals on the South African platform. Just to give you an idea, is that South Africa published 332 South African journals. It's definitely not near the figures that you are mentioning in the thousands. So we're a very small sort of very small market there for open access journals. 195 are open access journals. And that shows you that even our collection will not grow as fast. There is another database, Open Access Journals in Africa, AJAL. They have over 1,200 journals, but only 400 is open access. If you look at the distribution of the journals in that collection, you will see that Nigeria has most journals in that collection, which is a bit concerning. And it does raises a lot of questions, just because of unethical and predatory practices and sort of the stigma that is associated with Africa. AGIL has a system in place where they evaluate journals, but it's very slow and it's not as fast as it should be. We use PKP, Open Journal Systems, in that regard. Just want to show you in the Directory of Open Access Journals, you can see South Africa and Egypt is leading the way. And the rest of Africa is actually have 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 journals into the DOAJ. So it shows you quality open access journals, I think is still very low. Editors in Africa really struggle. So that's why they'd rather keep it behind a paywall to ensure that there's little monies even just flowing into the workflow, just to ensure the sustainability of their journals. So that's a major problem that we're facing right there. In South Africa, we've just published the National Big Data Strategy. It is a massive operation. It is run by what you can see there, NICAS. And so government is putting a lot of monies towards data preservation, etc. And the reason is that we are really involved in very large collaborations, international collaborations, and I'll speak about that a little bit more. When we were busy with the African Open Science Project, we almost try to do like a heat map, a map that shows you open access, open science, data repositories, activities on the continent. You can see there are many, but they're very decentralized and typical Africa. They are not very well indexed, they are not visible, they are not accessible. It was only by questionnaires and interviews that we had that we could actually plot what is happening on the Africa continent. So it's happening, and there you can see the spread. The very large collaborations I'm talking about is a square kilometre array. So it's telescopes, and South Africa and Australia won the bid. There are many, there's a whole spread of African countries that also participate, and I also think that South America is also participating in the SKA. It's collecting such large data sets that they are extremely concerned. They're not even talking about, they're talking about petabytes, but even much, much more. Entering new sort of terminology to describe the size of the data they're collecting right there. So this is a very interesting project. And then, of course, HDA Africa, and I would like to point you to that, is we are very known in Africa for helicopter science, meaning that people from abroad, from overseas, would come in, do the research in our countries, and the day that they end their research, they take all the information and data away. And we, as the citizens of that country, actually don't have access to the data they have collected. So it's a major problem. And how do we protect that it does not happen? And especially in the HDA Africa BioNet project, we're working very hard to prohibit that and not allow that. But you can imagine collecting health data, you know, what it actually asks countries to do, and what are the infrastructure they have to set up, which is highly problematic. So what we are doing right now is the POPIA, which is the Personal Information Act that has been proclaimed in South Africa. We are setting up a code of conduct for research. We're working with the EU, with the GDPR, to try and get adequacy status for our code, because that will mean that we can, under sort of more regulated circumstances, exchange data to advance open science as well on the continent as such. But we've got a long road before of us. We'll have to get buy-in from SADC and from the African Union, so that all the other countries also follow that to protect our personal information in our countries. We are fairly well connected with research and education networks, and we are extremely grateful towards GIANT. We're already at Africa Connect 3, with very large bandwidth undersea cables running either side from Africa, which is great, because if you think about failovers and there's problems, then we just fail over to either side of that network as such. But you can still see in the middle, it's still grey, nothing is happening. So it is quite concerning, because it does mean the connectivity is problematic. In Africa, the private internet service providers are quite problematic, because the prices they ask for internet connectivity are huge. And for these rents to actually make inway into those countries have been quite problematic and very difficult. But there is progress, although very slow. So what does Africa do with preprints and open peer review? So then I get into the area where things are very dark. And there has some beginnings. There is an open repository, Open Research Africa. It's based on Open Research Europe, use F1000 as software. They received a lot of funding to set up this platform, etc., but the funding has stopped, and it's actually quite problematic, because now the authors have to pay subscription fees to the article processing charges. And as you know, as we complain about the APCs, we just cannot afford it. It's highly problematic. If we look at what researchers get for their research projects, it really eats up just about all their research funds for an annum, and then it's only one article. So it's really, really quite concerning. Then I want to show you, sorry. Afrikarchief, that is a free service that is being provided to Africa, which is getting quite a lot of popularity. And of course, ASABIO have been mentioned at this conference. And we're working with ASABIO. We're starting to create awareness amongst researchers in Africa to encourage them to deposit their articles into in a preprint server. But as we all know, as per subject, as per geographical area, there are differences. So we're trying just to ascertain what's happening and what is the sort of the uptake and the appetite for these activities. So what have I not dealt with in this presentation? Because my time is really running out very fast. And that is training. The huge need for training, data scientists, librarians, visualization, infrastructural connectivity training, etc. Massive opportunities for training. I have not even spoken about how do we give recognition to those researchers that actually participate in open science activities. We're just in the beginning of such discussions, not only in South Africa, but in Africa as well. And then how do we also incentivize authors that actually participate in open science? Copyright and intellectual property, this is the one thing that actually can sort of kill open science, if I can put it that way. In South Africa, we have a lot of tension. We are busy publishing the Copyright Amendment Bill. And this huge conflict within copyright sort of advocacists and lawyers, etc. They have not published the final copyright bill. So if they go ahead as it currently stands, it will actually be quite detrimental for open science. But the copyright and intellectual property right regime in Africa is very disparate and very concerning. So there is actually quite a very big problem. I did not even touch on transformative agreements and APCs. We do participate as South Africa in the European efforts in transformative agreements. There's a huge disparity between South Africa and the rest of Africa because we are classified as a middle-income country, and the rest of Africa is classified as a lower income country. So they benefit from all these other projects, etc. So then it's very difficult to start talking about, as a continent, about transformative agreements and APCs. So What is it that we have to do? Madam Chair, just give me a minute. I'm busy wrapping up. Thank you very much. Solange. So we must move from competition to collaboration, not only between scientists, but also the scientists and society. We must have trusted open source and open access repositories with quality data and other content. We must overhaul outdated publishing practices, as well as research assessments, and then move from bibliometrics to open science metrics, and of course, open science policies. And I wonder if you're ready to receive a huge rock amongst you. It's not a stone, it's not a pebble, but I'm starting to wonder, and I'm sort of tolling in my idea, if I look at the situation in Africa, is the time right, perhaps, to start talking about SciELO Africa? Is there a political will and enough advocacists on the continent that we can push maybe such an initiative forward? And I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Susan. Of course, I can absolutely fine to have given you some more minutes for your talk. So that's great. Our time is up for this panel, but I think we could open at least for one question, right? Because I believe we started some minutes late. Let me now open for a question. Yes, there is someone who has raised the hand to ask the question. Just 1 second. The microphone's going to be on in a second. Now it's working. Good morning. I am from Cuba. I have been here before, and I've participated in the sessions of the first day in our network meeting. I would like to congratulate Professor Beguel, Fernanda Beguel, for the study they have performed. This is something of great interest because in Cuba we have different conditions. We are a country, and if you've been to Cuba, you know we are under sanctions, we have a number of difficulties, but we have a very well-coordinated science system. I am part of a publisher, and I really got in contact and found resonance in some of the points you've mentioned about scientific societies that have journals. I have some journals of universities and other organizations under my responsibility. And it happens exactly what you said. Publishing houses emphasize the importance of these journals of scientific societies, but we identify that the journals which are less protected are subject to greater exposure and impact because of the way the journals are maintained. I think that this is one of the points that we have to bring for discussion. There are many scientific journals, but for what purposes? Maybe journals are created, but without the appropriate conditions to support them, to maintain them financially. We've realized that some publishers get into this, let's say, sponsorship of journals because editors are not prepared to do it. They are not really prepared to execute their role. So training of journals, editors, in my opinion, it's not something really constantly addressed. People just take over the role of a editor-in-chief, for example, of a journal without knowing what it encompasses. New journals are created, but nobody's prepared to do the job. And then the publishers, which are much more experienced, end up conducting, running the journals and just incorporating them. And why is that? Because there are no sustainable processes when journals are created. There is just a team that is working in the journal, but if the team just goes to something else, the journal gets just lost and somebody ends up buying it. So I think we have to train editorial teams, teams that would really represent well the periodicals, the journals, and really ensure their sustainability. Thank you very much. I think it would be great if we could take it offline. I don't know much the Cuban publishing world. It would be great to talk about it. In our survey, we've noticed that there are very rare situations in which journals work together with university publishing houses. They are more connected with the university portals or repositories. But speaking of publishing houses, and this is why your comment is so timely, the problem is setting apart what is academic and what is commercial. Because if it's a publishing house that supports training of editors or how to run a journal, fine, so much better. But if it's a journal that belongs to a scientific society, they do not seem to be able to support themselves. And this is why training of editors is so essential, and having the support of them is absolutely essential. Let's talk about it more, please. I guess we still have got a few more minutes. Let's see if there is any question, because I do have a question. Just based on what has just been asked about the risk of having scientific society publishers being taken over by commercial publishers, what are the elements that would, let's say, seduce, so to speak, or convince editors to go towards this line? Well, I've been working for many years with that, and some of these journals have been published for many, many years, sometimes over 100 years. And it's interesting to observe the progression, their evolution throughout the years. It's also interesting to observe the tradition, their progression. And it's not only training that is required. I see a risk which involves editorial institution. When was the journal created? How was it? Because there are some university portals in Latin America that support, that advocates for DOI. The university really takes over a number of the managerial aspects of the publication. And there are some other journals which are related with the scientific society, and that ensures sustainability. If the scientific society has permanent activity with its members, if everyone is involved in the publication of the journal, so much the better. But there are some scientific societies that lose this link with the journal. The journal gets independent, gets unprotected, and very apart from its initial scientific society. And then it is really a commercial initiative of the publishing houses. There is no longer this link between the journal and the scientific community, and the difference between the journal and the original society. Let me ask Susan to make some last-minute comment. Anything that you would like to add, please?
if we want to convey something, policies, etc., etc. So I would really recommend is to perhaps set up a scholarly editors forum, because that really sort of gets everybody together and have the same sort of, remit, and then your training, etc., can also be fulfilled through that forum. Thanks.
Great. Solange has nothing to add. So I would like to thank you all very much for the panel. Let me thank all our speakers. Let me thank you for having shared your thoughts and ideas with us. I think it was extremely interesting, and it has served as food for thought for additional comments. And Susan, I'm so glad you haven't given up, because we've met maybe nearly 25 years ago, right? So wonderful. So glad you haven't given up. Thank you all very much, and we will carry on with our event. Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Adrienne, and all our speakers. Please stay on the stage because we're going to have the panel photo. But first, let me ask once again the question that we asked you when we started. To what extent is it possible to change the academic assessment systems to value our journals? The same question being asked again. So please do not fail to answer our question. Here we have the first results. Is it feasible to change the systems? No, little, a lot, I don't know. Quite similar to the first time we asked the question. I think we can compare now the answers, the first part of the session and now. Similar responses, right? 62 as opposed to 57% says it is a lot feasible. Sometimes there are differences because more people answered one question than the other. Now we are going to break for coffee and we will resume at 10:30. Thank you. Good morning. Let me ask you to just resume your seats so that we can start.
Bonjour, mes amis.
Well, to start, let me ask for your participation once again to answer our question. Do you think it's acceptable to keep on using impact factor in journals when assessing scientific production of graduate programs? This is the QR code. Please select your answer. The question is asked in the beginning and the end of the session. You just update the page to answer it when we finish here the session. Is it acceptable to keep on using impact factor in the journals when assessing scientific production in graduate programs? Yes, no, and I don't know. "76 people have already answered. QR code once again. Let's see the partial result, please. 20% said yes, 70% no, 7% don't know yet. So this question is going to be asked again when we finish. We are now going to start our panel called Dialogues. Why use metrics? Let me invite Professor Felix de Moya Negon, CEO of Simago Lab. To make comments, I would like to invite Jacques Markovich, Coordinator of Project Metrics FAPESP and Professor of the University of São Paulo. Professor Concepta McManus had been invited to be a commentator as well. She is from the state of São Paulo and full professor of Brasilia, but because of health problems, unfortunately, we are not going to hear from her, but we wish her to get better soon. The coordinator of the panel is Jaqueline Leira, Associate Professor of the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro. Professor Jaqueline, please, you have the floor. Good morning. Such a pleasure to be here with you this morning. Unique opportunity to celebrate our 25-year anniversary. Such an initiative that really makes us very, very proud. Thank you, Abel, for the invitation. Thanks for the organizing committee. A very challenging panel we have ahead because there are two giant speakers here next to me. Before inviting our speaker, Dr. Felix Moya, let me set the context. It has a very interesting title. Why metrics? There is no interrogation mark, but it is a question, isn't it? Why are we using metrics? It seems so obvious, doesn't it? Why use metrics? Especially me, because I've been in the area for nearly 20 years. I would say nearly 25 years working with metrics of science and technology. Metrics which arise from database and always trying to understand different aspects of scientific production, especially healthcare, because I have my training in biology. I'm also constantly interested in the production of women, and I've been trying to understand it further. And recently, I've also been focusing on open access production. This is a topic that I've been addressing in my research studies. We're speaking about science and technology indicators coming from scientific communication. And I would say there are three main dimensions of these indicators: productivity, which is the one most widely known, I guess. There are indicators of collaboration, metrics that point towards the collaboration in science. And thirdly, impact indicators or visibility metrics. And I guess that this is subject of criticism, and probably this is why the question has been asked.
Well, but these three levels of indicators have numerous uses and applications, from trying to understand the history of a certain field of science to the participation of women. As I said, this is a very dear topic to me. But, of course, there's a huge variety of applications and uses for them. As I said, though, what I think is drawing our attention the most, our criticism, and our biggest reflection are indicators for impact and visibility, and how much they are getting closer to representing the quality of scientific production, although that is questionable. So with that being said, I'll pass it over to Mr. Felix. We have two great names, two great researchers on this table. Professor Felix has been introduced, but this is a very interesting session. On one hand, we'll get a perspective from the private industry, although Professor Felix has also had a career in the University of Granada, right? A beautiful city in Spain. But for some time, he has been in a major publishing corporation, Elsevier. He was one of the developers and creators of Simago. On the other side, we have Professor Jacques Markovich. He has an academic background in the public sector, and now he is working in FAPESP to think out scientific metrics. He's organizing this group in FAPESP. So, with that being said, I'm not the one who's going to give a talk here, and I'll pass it over to Mr. Felix. Good morning, everyone. It's a true privilege to be back in this event, so I'd like to thank the organizers, especially my friend Abel Packer. He was very kind to invite me to participate and all of the events related to SciELO. So I hope no one intends to publish this gallery of pictures, because all you'll see is how much I've aged. SciELO is becoming younger and younger, but the participants are not exactly doing the same. In any case, here we are. After a COVID pandemic, after having to go through these turbulent years, I have to thank Jacqueline for being so kind as to introduce me. I think she has many reasons to know about the world of metrics. And this is because she is one of the most internationally known researchers in this field. If you'll allow me, I'm going to give you a very brief explanation. And although I suffer from the same disease as the rest of people in academia, which is verbal incontinence, I'll try to contain myself to the time that is being set by the stopwatch here in front of me. But what I'd like to tell you is about the topic at hand. This title should explain the aim of my talk, but I don't know if it can. My aim is to give you some reflections on what I consider to be salvageable in metrics. I know that in this context, some people believe that nothing can be saved when it comes to metrics. Since I am Jurassic in this field, I believe that some things still can be saved in the world of metrics. So my reflection is going to be in that direction. I'd like to start by reminding you in a couple of slides about something that is probably commonplace. Here we have several people who are specialists at this. When we talk about research evaluation, we have to be able to differentiate between different kinds of evaluation. This has its effect on metrics. So there are some evaluations that we do to determine if a project should be funded or not, or a research project, that is. This is what specialists call ex ante evaluation. That is, it's an assessment of if that study should be funded before it is carried out. That requires indicators, and it's different from the ex post evaluations that can happen, for example, when you're hiring, promoting, or giving accreditation to researchers and other groups or institutions. The indicators used, as Jacqueline mentioned, can have basically two types. After all, it all is based on indicators attempting to measure the amount of something. For example, the amount of information generated. But there are other indicators looking at what we generically call performance. Here we have indicators that would be size independent. They have the intention, or we can call it the pretension, to allow analysis that are almost qualitative in nature about the information or the knowledge generated by these studies. And there's an approximation here, and we have to remind you, although this has always been present, at least in sciencemetry, these indicators, what they actually do is measure the audience for that information generated. Nothing else besides that. And since this happens in relative terms using averages and percentages, it is understood that they are independent of their size. In any case, what I consider to be relevant here, because this is often also forgotten, is that all indicators are connected to authorship. From the origin of the different metric disciplines, all indicators have authors, and if not for the authors, it would be very difficult to say what these metrics are. And that creates a problem. That's why I put this in a red box here on my slide. The concept of authorship has changed and is changing. We are seeing many changes, in fact. This has happened over many decades, and metrics may have become fossilized or crystallized in a certain moment, while we see several sociological changes in everything related to the concept of author. Who would imagine 10 or 15 years ago that it would be possible for a paper to have thousands of authors? Some of which having passed away before the paper was even started. There's a historical character in Spain from medieval history who at a certain point was put on a horse after he was dead. And this horse was sent to ride against the Moors, and he won the battle. This is what we call winning a battle while dead. In science, it seems like we have similar situations. We have to take these things into consideration. This is a topic that could be discussed for 20 minutes in itself. So I'm not going to tell you how it will be solved, but we do need to face it. And then I'm going to mention a few other cases which might seem more relevant. For example, DORA, that I mentioned in my title, is something that people don't necessarily understand appears in performance indicators. We have two kinds of indicators: expected and observed impact. So criticisms to the DORA document are made because the impact expected by certain journals should be eliminated. According to a few people, it should be eliminated from the world. There are some moderates who believe that it should be eliminated from evaluation processes for individual researchers, at least. And this is stated by DORA. They could be used for other things. So it's important to take into account a couple of points. For example, I always found this to be very important. Publication according to area. I'll give you an example. Although there are other remarks here on the slide, what we call salami publication. In some cases, it doesn't make sense, but in other areas, this is very common. What this refers to is slicing a single study for multiple papers. That creates a positive effect because when it is sliced, then each part of the study will be reviewed by its peers. But it also creates a collateral benefit for their authors because it increases their production per capita in each of the slices of this salami. So metrics are receiving some tension because of the changes in author behavior. Here we have some other indicators. Jacqueline has mentioned some of them. I won't stick to this slide because I'm going to mention some others specifically as well. And they concerned me recently because of the possibility that these metrics would have of identifying more practices per authorship. And I'm referring here to affiliation, which is a very current topic in the academic world. This search for economic rewards that researchers have has created practices that might take us to an optimal incompetence level when we look at many of the indicators we use. The DORA declaration has a diagnosis, and its intention is for this to be taken into account. This diagnosis or summary, to a certain extent, is this. We have to be very cautious when it comes to the use of the impacts of each publication in a journal. We need to be wary of it when we're assessing researchers, papers, and we need to find better alternatives. But before we do that, I have to remind you of something that, for many people, has probably gone unseen and, in fact, completely forgotten, which is this. A number of years ago, this was published and it created a lot of controversy in the world of science, bibliometry especially. This was an editorial published in this famous journal of cell biology, and its suggestive title was Show Me the Data. Basically, the 13 editors in Rockefeller University and 2 other journals were saying that if at the end of the day metrics influence people's lives so much, then data needs to be shown. So are we going to, we should submit metrics to the same level of scrutiny that is used for any other kind of research. And researchers have to even show that they're not manufacturing their data during their research. In this editorial, along with the article, we also saw this cartoon. Because really, at the end of the day, researchers have that understanding that often they're just barking at the moon without knowing if this would impact anything. And then afterwards, they were concerned about measuring the impacts of their barks to the moon. So this is when DORA appeared. Its aim is to ensure that we have good indicators. We didn't often know where they came from or what data they used, but they should be determinant in assessing researchers' skills. Their general recommendation is this. So that is the Dora Declaration.
What has happened since then? Resistance was created, and we have really to think about them. Some of them are operational. According to ex-post assessment, if we don't use the impact of the journals, haven't had the observed impact of the studies and nothing else than the expected impacts, it would be difficult to resist. The organizations and the editors and also researchers will resist and really benefit from the impact of journals. Are there sociological reasons for this resistance, for no longer using metrics of journals? Well, I normally say, and I probably added that in any of my previous presentations, and I always make reference to Brandolini's law to explain what is a well-known sociological phenomenon when human groups just follow a routine and have difficulties to abandon them. It happens with two phenomena that group what groups call the easy culture. It's difficult to abandon the easy source. And it's even more complex to abandon impact factor because this is safe land to all of us. And safe land for one single reason that we should never lose track of. Researchers know that they know that when they are publishing in one specific journal, the author knows that the impact, the prestige of that journal is going to be translated into him or her. It is something that we all think about. I believe that this is why we should also make reference to psychological reasons, in addition to sociological reasons and operational reasons. Is it better? Well, I don't know what can happen. Here we have some examples of the distribution of the scientific production in the world. Let's take a look at the publication market. But I am not going to make reference to any derogatory terms to make reference to scientific publications. But I think it's important to take it all into consideration. The world distribution according to Scopus base. These are all journals included in Scopus by year of publishing. There is a huge concentration of journals in 4 countries: US, England, German, and the Netherlands. These are countries that have a publishing industry. Using Professor Fernando Baker's terminology, this is where we have oligopoly. And that's exactly where we have the dark side of the force. Just quoting Star Wars here. Nevertheless, these countries have developed editorial managerial processes based on multinational companies that purchase journals, who ultimately should also be concerned about the quality of the said journals. correlating production with distribution of journals per country, this is the situation we come across. There are some countries with no index journals, but still they have production, whereas there are some with a few indexed journals and some level of production. But as you can see, the countries that have more journals tend to have more scientific production. But let us not get misled here. This argument is used showing that there is a correlation between these two variables, and that would mean that there is a cause and consequence relation. The cause would be index journals per country, and production would be the variable of consequence. But there is a third variable, which is not present here, which can also explain both values in a much better way. Another possible argument to use would be the investment in science made by all the different countries. Well, the publishing market, and well, let me insist here, the publishing market is a market, is an industry. You might like it or not, but it's a given. But there is an interesting peculiarity here. If we break down into quartiles, creating 4 similar groups, we can observe that the articles are broken into the quartiles, but being very biased. 46% of the articles in the last year, published in 2022, were published in journals that were in the first 3 quartiles. In other words, 4 times more articles, just part of one single quartile. But there is a second layer attached to it, which is the chart we can see on the bottom of the slide. Because they reach observed impact, not the expected impact, 50% above the impact range. In all other cases, the results were below the average of impact. And why does it happen? This is submitted to supply and demand. The pressure of authors to publish their articles in better ranked journals, regardless of the criteria behind that. But the pressure of authors make publishers open more space for publication in their journals as they are put under pressure. There is a greater demand for space. Therefore, progressively, the journals publish more and more articles in the first quartiles compared to the other ones. And this is exactly what we see here. The bars that we can see increasing the most are those that represent the average number of journals per quartile per year. I'm talking about all journals in the world. We could do it by country and the results would be the same. The lower quartiles tend to be sustained or even decrease the number of articles per journal. But the first quartiles, because of the pressure of demand, end up publishing more papers. Even though it doesn't seem, I'm coming to my conclusions. In the end, there is a problem to be solved. I would say it's a dilemma. The authors may be analyzed in terms of the impact factors of the journals where they publish. It's the most common practice. But at the same time, we can compare the impact of journals to the impacts observed sometime later. So, how well have the authors evolved? Is there any correlation here? The points you can see are investigators from a specific university, here 2 and 3 different universities, and the problems are exactly the same in the 3 universities. There is no correlation whatsoever. We can realize that even without evidence and correlate the impact of the journals analyzing different subjects, looking outside large organizations, highly productive organizations. But this is what has made us conclude that we should bring together different kinds of impact: scientific, technological, social impacts, and at the same time, observed impact and expected impact. This is one investigation of a Brazilian university. I think it's Jaqueline's university. And here we have the different types of impact of the work of the author within a 5-year period. And we can see observed and expected results. It's a complex metric, but it can be used in different or for different scientists, those that are focusing on the observed impact, whereas others are looking for expected results, and others are just looking for what? Social impact only. This slide, we have the explanation of the previous chart. Finally, before I draw my final conclusions, we've also been working on new social impact indicators. These are the indicators that check which articles are related with SDG, and also which articles are deemed to be useful for the development of institutional policy reports from different areas. This is the ranking of organizations and the reference to the works in different political reports. This ranking has nothing to do with the traditional scientific report we are used to have. Who is ultimately responsible for the way things are? I think it's a very clear question. Public policies. There is no one else responsible for that but public policies. If it weren't for public policies which have transformed indicators of use of literature into quality indicators of papers, using that openly to get to recommendations, to share funding, etc. Had it been for it, things would be radically different, in my opinion. The market has got adapted to the situation and probably has found some remnants that allows it to provide alignment with public policies which end up being translated into a good business. But I think that there is some de facto agreement by researchers, institutions, and publishing agents, because they are working as a force of resistance to dropping out some practices. It doesn't mean that the metrics are despicable. They can be improved, certainly. But my recommendation is that we get to this conclusion. Thank you. Be careful when you put a kid into all this situation. Professor Jack? Well, there is just so much to be said, but well, certainly you have made very interesting topics. Let's see if we have time for questions when we get to the very end. Jacqueline, Abel, let me start by greeting all the organizers and thank you for the opportunity to be here at SciELO's community. I am a user of SciELO. I'm not a member of SciELO network. So what an honor to be here. I would like to invite everyone who's here today, Flavia, Sabini, Adriana, Solange, people who are very close to Project Metrics of a public university funded by FAPESP. We started it 5 years ago. The names that I've listed are of some of the participants of the project, and we've just heard that it's going to be extended for 5 more years. So we are going to keep on working along the same lines. During my comments, I would like to start by congratulating Professor Felix on his excellent presentation. Such a difficult topic in so little time to talk about it. But we are fully aligned in so many aspects. But something that we've learned in our project metrics is the use of the word impact. This word has been used as something that we are not really learning from the project. What's an impact? It's the effect over the reality and not the penetration of knowledge within a community of peers. Therefore, in my comments, I would like to start by setting the context. Adriana started our journey today by reminding us of transitions, this new era we are building. It is comparable to that time when humankind went from printed oral word to printed word, or during the migration of rural area to industrial area, when men and women helped us create the unpredictable. If we look back 100 years, we can imagine what Latin America was, compare it to what we have today, and then we can look towards the future and understand this amazing transition we are going through. A demographic, digital, ecological, social, economic, geopolitical transition. Inequality, which is getting deeper and deeper. In this concept of transition, humankind expects knowledge producers not only to advance knowledge, but also to deal with the effects of this initiative to help us all deal with social problems. And we have given an example during the pandemic, because then publications were not read just by peers. The articles were read by everyone. those who really needed the knowledge to take action.
This took place in hospitals, in healthcare, in developing vaccines. That is a true impact. The true impact is providing a response to a demand that society has. So, in this context, it's also important to remember humbly what a university really is, what publications really are. We have so many different realities in a university, right? Humanities normally write their articles in that country's language with fewer translations. In engineering and healthcare, in a social area, each area has its own time and its own values. Having an impact doesn't mean the same in theoretical physics and astronomy as it does in communication or economics. We have a challenge because for each area of human knowledge, and I don't underestimate the importance of editors, we need to have universal parameters. But what we're finding is that we need to have more granularity. We need to have more interoperability. We need to have more investments in the digital world. We need to have leaders who are incorporating in their narrative when they start heading certain institutions metrics as a way of implementing what is being proposed. This also requires men and women who are skilled at understanding metrics. As Professor Felix said himself, we should not be stuck to what we said in the past, but rather build the future. So I believe that we have some questions to be asked. The main one is why metrics? But maybe we can also ask why we avoid metrics. Metrics are avoided due to a few laws, like Grampo's law, but also because when we're talking about a single researcher, and this is being shown in the Dutch universities, it generates egocentricity, which limits the collaboration because what is being assessed there is only one person. And then that undermines the idea of a collaborative department. And so Dutch universities have made their decisions in that direction. But there's another problem there. These ways of measuring individuals or authors, and this is having all of the due deference to the best authors, as Felix said, we often are not reaching the purpose that was intended. So we're publishing for other reasons, not to advance science and not to have impact. And the second question is why we should even adopt metrics. And this is the perspective from our own project. First, to improve institutional performance. If we want to be better than what we were yesterday, and if we want to develop science even further, we do need metrics. Metrics that will allow us to know, and this again is not limited to publications, but it also involves teaching, extension, outreach. All of it involves metrics which cannot be avoided and a need to be a reality for each area of knowledge and for each institution. And we are also funded by society. We have to be accountable to society. Society has other alternatives to invest its resources in education and to advance science. We have to show to society that, just as we did during the COVID pandemic, we had to show that it was worth investing in science, technology, innovation, and higher education. That needs to be demonstrated because we are a democracy, we have elected officials, and we have to convince them all the time of the importance of this advance. The third argument has been mentioned a number of times, even by Felix himself. And it's that we need to contribute to reach, for example, the Sustainable Development Goals. In order to do that, new mechanisms start to appear. DH impact, Felix mentioned other methods, but we also have to take the appropriate level of care, because when parameters change during the game, as we saw recently with VCUs, it's hard to start from the assumption that this assessment will be done outside in. Each of our institutions would need to take responsibility for itself as well in this area. How can we promote responsible assessments? Institutional leaders have to integrate metrics in their rhetoric. People who are competent need to do it, and they're represented here in this auditorium and online. And we must have investments in digital transition. I'd like to conclude by mentioning the launch that we had yesterday in Geneva of the Global Innovation Index at the World Intellectual Property Organization. This organization classifies countries, and of course we have reservations on that classification. What we usually do is compare internationally, but they do it in terms of innovation. It includes 4 components: investments, technological advance, using technology, and socioeconomic impact. Considering investments, the first item is investing in scientific publications before investing in R&D. So countries that invest in scientific publications gain points in this international comparison. And then investments in innovation and companies, and that's also a part of the ecosystem. Considering tech advance, the computational infrastructure of each country is taken into account, as well as some other criteria. But look at the difference between advanced science and the application of technology. Application of technology refers to connectivity. And it was said here about the fragility of our connectivity, not only in Latin America, but in other countries as well. So how can we imagine this enabling environment to be built without universal access, quality connections? We faced this issue during the sanitary crisis, when our students had to get online and go to libraries with poor connections due to socioeconomic inequalities. So connectivity refers to the application of technology and not just its availability. And the same will be found in this international comparisons when it comes to sanitation. We invest a lot in health and public health care, but our sanitation is still very poor. And I'd like to conclude with socioeconomic impacts, which are measured through the life expectancy, which is a very broad indicator. In any case, I'd like to conclude once again by asking everyone to be tolerant, because I don't have a background in bibliometry. I have a background in university governance, management, economy. It's an area that studies the impact of institutions themselves. And when we're referring to the impact, then we have to differentiate results and impacts. Results refer to publishing a report or an article. And this is done through peers who assess ex ante and then through citations. But for us, impacts are effects on reality, and those effects are measured not by peers, but by everyone else, the users of our services, of our information. And for that, we have to think about metrics built with the receiver of that information in mind. But how do we build those measures? Who's going to do it? And that's a responsibility of research funding agencies, because when you submit something to funding, one of the questions should be, what are the metrics there? And that the answer should be the effects of that study on public policy. Of course, it wouldn't be applicable to theoretical physics. So thank you very much, Felix. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you for providing us with your experience, and also for giving reflections on the future. I hope that these comments are useful so that we can build a better future. Thank you. We have some time. It's 11:30, so very briefly before we ask questions, I think it's important just to say two very brief things. I promise I won't be very long, but I'd just like to highlight in Dr. Felix's talk metrics being deeply connected to authors. We often ignore this side of it, even as scientists for this kind of data. So it's very important to always bring this up for a reflection and to criticize authorship. Whenever we refer to data that concerns citation numbers. So thank you for your talk. That was fantastic. And Professor Jacques, I think, also had a very interesting reflection on impact and what it means. Impact doesn't refer to a number. It's not only about the denominator and the H index. That's not what it is, or that's not what it should be. But oftentimes we do use it as the basis, right? And I think that restricted view on what citations mean needs to be brought up for a discussion, especially when we're considering science, technology, and innovation. I'll pass it over to whoever had raised their hand. Good morning. I have a question. One of the characteristics of metrics is that they use multiple values reflecting a single universe. But as we see in statistics, actually, we have data that can be regressed to an average. If we look at this data over time, we can see what we call research fronts and how these different fronts move locally or globally. So this is why I'm asking, does that allow, that allows political incentive policies to be based on what has been collected by authors and reflected in later publications. My question in summary is this: if we didn't have metrics to measure individual impact, considering that we have different research fronts, millions of data points in different areas, how would we be able to maintain information on how science is progressing across different fronts? What would we do if we didn't have this individual traditional data? I don't think we could. I don't think we could do it. I think that was very clear to me. I don't think that we would be able to do it, but I do think that we need to look at this problem of how metrics are being applied from the perspective of identifying research lines, we also need to look at public policies. So to summarize it, regardless of what the figures tell us, we have decisions on public policies which are often based, as my fellow panelist has said, on accountability, which makes certain indicators have huge value that other indicators basically don't. I don't know any public policies or any countries in the world that are using indicators based on research lines. And if Lana Thompson had been doing this for many years in other entities, some people are doing the same. But I don't really see any public policies that take research fronts into consideration, which I think is a mistake. I do think that that would be necessary. We need to have more culture in this area where decision makers should know about this more to make sure that the right decisions have been made that would make sense from the perspective of the evolution that we have had in the world of generating information. Good morning. I'd like to greet both speakers, both professors, because it was really a wonderful talk, a wonderful panel that invited us to reflect, and especially are inviting us to have a personal, individual reflection on the impact of metrics. In that sense, I'd like to ask this, and this goes to any of you. I understand that your university has proposed a methodology called narrative curricula, which are a new proposal on how to assess the performance of science and researchers. And it basically requests an explanation on what was generated by that study, hypotheses and results, and how that relates to the technical skills created and the scientific responsibility there, but without mentioning impact metrics. Without a doubt, we have a list of the most relevant contributions without taking into consideration impact metrics. Well, I saw this data in 2022, and I'd like to ask your information about this kind of assessment proposed. And we need to take into consideration that excellence, as Professor Jacques said, should be measured based on the positive impact for science and society. And we should leave aside the concept of excellence as the traditional concept that we have about prestige and so on and so forth.
I'll do my best to answer that, but I am on the other side exactly. But I would like to start by saying the following. I think that one of the most important contributions that humankind has made throughout its history is what Sumerius did, which was to invent zero. And why am I saying that? Please do not understand that as a joke. It's a very serious argument, actually. I think that to advocate for life as innovators, as generators of knowledge for creating a report, what we had to justify is that zero no longer exists. It is possible to create a narrative based on metrics, and it wouldn't be developed because it's simply zero. I think that this is part of the problem with which we are currently addressing in the area of research and academia. There are many specialists and scholars who do not feel they are recognized in the database or in all the different indexes, the one which are broader or not, but they do not feel they are properly recognized. However, they believe they have the legitimate right of being recognized. Therefore, I think that this should be taken into consideration, but in a much broader perspective, differently from what we are analyzing here. We are here trying to deal with scientific advances. Otherwise, we are going to come across a similar problem to the one that we faced during the pandemic. Most countries that are investing and investing just very little in science, why is that? Because they did not have enough resources. These countries had nothing else to do but having them reading researchers of other areas, but they couldn't really make smart contributions or contribute for the development of solutions. And this is why this is part of the problem. And I think someone will say, well, they have communicated what others were researching. They deserve to be acknowledged. And it's fine, I agree. But these reports are very reasonable, but we will have to keep on producing knowledge to solve the problems. Maybe somewhere else, right? Thank you for the question. We are talking about publications, institutions, and faculty, scholars. The question that was brought to our attention is assessing a researcher, a scholar. And if we look at Doors and St. Francis' statement, we can see what it recommended. Avoid exclusive use of indicators. And it recalls me the tyranny of metrics of James Newton, which are all the discrepancies that happen when we only use indicators. It doesn't mean that we have to stop building knowledge. Quite to the contrary. The idea of having a narrative with metrics means that each area of research, each researcher can get outside the reality applicable to all areas of knowledge in an equal fashion, without understanding the specificity of each and every one of them. The narrative comes from the Dora statement. And there is another thing which matters, which is being concise. It's no use having a narrative or an additional narrative. FAPESP asks for a curriculum summary of 4 pages, but the person that's going to be assessed has to say the most important thing, that the journey had been in research, teaching, extension, culture, and outreach. And this is why it's important to keep on using metrics that journals and other entities still have in place. This is their role, But it does not mean that a university organization or a research study can make use of these indicators and believe that only them will determine the assessment, and even worse, pay researchers just based on indicators, because then this is campable law and it's going to cause corruption. People will use only the specific indicator to value his or her own activity and fail to do other things that would be under his or her responsibility. Thank you very much for your question, but I think there is a different perspective here. One thing is monitoring publications and their penetration. Another thing is assessing the organizations, the institutions, is providing services to the society. And thirdly, assessing faculty, which is your reference to the university. I know there are other potential questions to be asked, but our time is up. We still have got some time with our speakers outside the room. Ask your questions, come to them. But I would like to close by thanking Professor Schack and Professor Felix. Such an honor to be here with those two great scientists. There is an old paper, I think it's from 1993, if I'm not mistaken, by Professor Tibor Brown, chief editor of Cytometrics. For many years, he was the creator of Cytometrics. He is from Hungary. And he makes a very interesting comparison between the science and technology indicators, especially the science indicators, compared to our work as researchers and the work of physicians. Physicians who rely on, let's say, clinical labs, the laboratory results. That's interesting, isn't it? This is something that we have to talk about. There are different uses of indicators and all specific limitations of use. And there are plenty. But we are specialists, as if it were physicians. And this is what is taking us to wrong policies. There are plenty in Brazil and in Latin America. It's available in Cytometrics, Professor Tibor Brown, B-O-U-R-N, I think it's 1993. Thank you very much. See you around. Thank you. Well, let's now just ask again the question. We are going to have one more panel to follow before we break for lunch. And the question is it acceptable to keep on using impact factor to assess scientific production of in our graduate programs? These are the results of the question, the polled question, and you can see here, yes, no, still many saying no. Here we have the comparison of the question before and after. There was just a minor decrease, 62. The difference in the results also results from the fact that there is a different number of people answering the questions in the first and second time. Good, wonderful. Now we have one more question to ask you before we go into the next panel. Our team just needs some time to get it prepared, okay? In the meantime, let's invite our speakers. Today, it's the International Day of Access to Information. It was created by UNESCO in 2015. Such a coincidence, isn't it? And a great way to celebrate this special day during SciELO 25. Abel had just told me, and this is why I am sharing it with you. Would also like to let you know, just repeating what we said yesterday, we are paying tribute to a number of key people who have contributed to the development of SciELO network. These tributes are made here on our screen during our breaks. They are also available in our website. Now let me ask our question to the audience. To what extent open science practice contribute to improve the quality of investigation? This is a different QR code. Please type in the code and answer the question. And the possible answers are: to what extent do open science practice contribute to improve quality of investigation? Nothing, a little, a lot, or I do not know. %, so said a lot, it contributes a lot. Most believe that open science practice can really contribute to improve the quality of investigation. 63 people are online right now. Good. The same question will be asked again before the end of the panel. Our panel now is Standards Method, Quality in Communication of Open Science Research. Let me invite Professor Susana dos Santos Gomes, editor of Periódico Educação em Revista, associate professor of the Federal University of Minas Gerais, and director of distance education for higher education courses. Professor Sigmar de Mello Rode, president of the Brazilian Association of Scientific Association, member of SciELO Brazil, and full professor of the State University, Júlio de Mesquita Filho. Professor Isidro Aguilho, coordinator of the Lab of Cybermetrics of the Conselho Superior de Investigação Científica. The coordinator and moderator of the panel will be Flávia Maria Bastos, General Coordinator of Libraries and Executive Coordinator of the Institutional Repository of State University in São Paulo. Let me hand it over to Professor Bastos. Good morning. Getting close to lunchtime. Let me thank Abel for inviting me to be the moderator of this panel and to be here to celebrate the 25 years of SciELO. Let me also greet this wonderful team of SciELO. It's a team of excellence, really. We are here to talk about quality. We have Professor Sigmar, Professor Susanna, Professor Isidro. Let's talk about quality, and I'm going to ask Professor Susana dos Santos Gomes to go first. She's going to talk about peer assessment. Good morning. Such a pleasure to be here, to be part of the SciELO programs to celebrate the 25-year anniversary of SciELO. Let me thank SciELO's team, always very collaborative, working with all of us in this successful process. Let me greet my fellow panel members and our moderator. I would also like to greet all of those who are with us online. I'm going to talk about peer review or peer assessment. Speaking of evaluation, we know how serious this topic is, especially for all of us authors who are also publishers. Assessment is essential. We cannot do without it. But what is the relevance of the assessment? What it's used for? The evaluation or the assessment we are performing, is it giving quality, promoting equity, sustainability, accessibility? These are questions that we should always bear in mind. Peer review is essential to ensure the quality of research studies whenever we are making publications in academic tools. The peer review ensures that scientists make publications of quality in journals, really giving benefits to the scientific community and the society. Peer review is known by all of us, but it's important to highlight a number of important elements. Peer review analyzes the results of research study concerning competence, meaning, and originality, as well as level of significance, conducted by qualified specialists that submit it for publication. Well, what about who the reviewers are? They are all so-called surveyors, judges. They are invited by editors to perform a critical analysis of the manuscript, analyzing content, scientific merit, structure, clarity, to ensure the publication of good quality papers that can really contribute to the advance of science. There are a number of purposes for peer review. Validate a new scientific contribution, confirm best practices when reporting the results of the investigation, relying on formal criteria. It includes coherence when reporting, knowledge about the area, technical knowledge, logic structure in presenting the scientific content. It's also used to confirm best scientific practice through criteria of content, update of topic, relevance, clarity in applied methods, and the results of the investigation. And finally, ensure the scientific nature of the publication when deciding about publishing flow.
As you all know, we have at least three main types of assessments. Here in Brazil, we have the double-blind assessment. This charge encourages us to consider all of the different assessment conceptions that prevail in our journals. It's important that this process actually does it have to be a very anxious process, or can it be something smoother, marked by a democratic perspective? What is the role of the reviewer? How often do we see colleagues who are anxious about the way they have received their paper review? And so we have important recommendations. How should we act? Is it recommendable that the reviewer adopt a positive approach? Of course, we should make all effort possible so that the author, when reading the opinion or the review, feels motivated to invest his or her time in improving or adjusting the text. It's a partnership between reviewers, authors, in pursuit of excellence in terms of content. It's also important to consider editorial ethics. We are all concerned about what we've seen with advances of predatory practices instead of a more qualitative perspective of the manuscripts. And therefore, the crisis we are having with peer review, also triggered by poor conduct and poor quality publications, actually, and this is the opinion of different researchers, it is aimed at valuing and strengthening peer review and not the other way around. I would also like to remind you of how important the good editorial practices are. The harsh competition among researchers to be able to publish their trials and studies and manuscripts cannot leave aside ethical principles. This is a wonderful flower, open science, with its 8 principles, among them peer review, open peer review. It is a very important one. It is challenging. And before this roundtable, the survey we carried out only proved how important open science is in the editorial scenario. And then why choose open science in the editorial process? Because it enables greater transparency when carrying out research and also in the peer review process. It enables to expand the debate, also preprint publishings before they are published in any journal. Also sharing research data so that we can improve what was produced. During the pandemics, and this was mentioned in the previous table, preprints have really helped us to advance and find a solution for healthcare issues that we faced. Challenges and perspectives. The first one is related to evaluation. Changes in the culture of production and dissemination of knowledge. Changes in the double-blind evaluation concept which prevails in Brazil. Availability of research data. It's important that we have a better dialogue involving CONAP and all of the ethics committees so that we have more harmony. These are not diverging principles. Open sciences is moving towards quality, ethics, and now the preprints could be a unique opportunity for us to improve our manuscripts. I will quickly talk about the experience we're going through in education programs such as Educação em Revista, carried out by the Federal University of the State of Minas Gerais. We have adopted open science since February 21. What is this process like for open peer review? There is a form, a compliance form. It is published by SciELO. The authors have an opportunity to share the ideas on preprinting, making data available, and also peer review. Regarding peer review, 95% of them have an interest in participating in the interaction and also the publication of the different opinions and reviews. All of the manuscripts that are submitted to us are checked for copyrights, and definitely the first item will lead to pre-printing, but number 2 and 3 are consulted by our associate editors. This is an example of a preprint. And then this preprint went through the evaluation process. It was approved, and here we have one of the texts published by Juliana do Amaral at the Federal University of Santa Catarina. Also, the second text was published by Adriele in the Pernambuco State Catholic University. Another paper, Indigenous Literature Among Different Memories. The manuscript also went through the evaluation process. It was approved, and the 2 reviewers agreed to interact with the authors and publish the reviews. So we have the first text, Literature Produced by Indigenous Peoples, also Memory, Consciousness, and Literature of the Indigenous People. I would like to highlight a few important aspects regarding open review. There are many different possibilities, and if we consult the literature, we will see that there are different procedures available. Taking our reality into account, we chose to follow this process by choosing relevant topics. Then we check the open compliance form, which was entered in the system. Also, we invite reviewers. We schedule an interaction meeting among authors and reviewers. Usually it takes about 1 hour, 1 hour and 15 minutes, and it's always held using the Teams platform. Then the authors carry out a final review of the manuscript based on that very good dialogue that took place during the interactions. Also, the reviewers review their first document and transform it into an evaluation document, actually. So what motivates us? What are our expectations as researchers in the area of education and as editor? Number 1, the belief in the relevance of open science and its principles. We believe that the principles of open science coincide with many of the values we have in the areas of humanities, among others. Also, the encouragement and training of the Associate Editor Committee. They are part of the program's research line. 95% are from the graduate program and the rest from the university. Based on the volume of work we've received, we want to expand this because we believe that it's very important to have associate editors from other institutions as well. Continue trying evaluation, the peer review process, aiming at expanding and promoting the improvement of our activities in this area. And now, some references that are used in this process. And I thank you very much for your attention and for this opportunity. Thank you very much, Dr. Susanna, for this presentation. And I would now like to invite Professor Sigmar. He will talk to us about good ethical practices in communication. I would like to say that I'm really that I'm really pleased to be able to share this table with Susana, Fabia, my colleague from the University of the State of São Paulo, a dear friend and competent colleague. Yesterday, after the opening, I was authorized to share a piece of information with you. By the end of October, we're going to have the invitation for bidding to support the Brazilian journals with the support of the CAPES. He has authorized me to share this information with you. So when talking about the communication of research and its quality in open science, we must discuss the challenges. The main one is integrity, the integrity of the process as a whole, the editorial process, the publication, and dissemination of scientific research. So what is ethics in research and publication? It's nothing more than the ways and attitudes that are to be expected by those who are involved in the act of publishing and carrying out research. We have to protect the quality and the reliability of all of the results of research. There are different international models to deal with poor conduct in research. There is no doubt that the best one, or the one that is best known, is COPEs. It has different alternatives and different solutions that we can consult. I had an opportunity to participate in some of COPE's meetings. The discussion is always very rich. COPE plays an important role in suggesting and regulating. It's not punitive, but it's very far from us. Communication sometimes is slow, it's not streamlined, and so because of this, and because of some demands we had at SciELO regarding poor practices in scientific communication, SciELO decided to create an ethics and good practices in research communication department. And Solange has already talked about it, and it was approved by the network in the prior meeting. It is called SciELO Ethics. And so, SciELO Ethics follows the SciELO's open science communication practices according to strict norms and recommendations on ethics, standards, and responsibility in the production of communication, on research and its outcomes. SciELO ethics and the objectives of communication include the manuscripts that are submitted to the SciELO preprints server and also to the SciELO journals. All of the manuscripts that have been approved and published by SciELO journals, science data that are submitted to the SciELO data repository, and also the books that are published in the SciELO books collection. These communication media should be updated and improved on a constant basis following the good practices and norms in research communication so that we can optimize our capacity to identify poor conduct in the productions of communications. We received an information of a journal that published about 200 papers per year, and then in 22 they published 1,000 papers, and then in the first quarter of 23 they had over 600 papers published. They charged a fee. This journal was informed to our consulting body, and it's no longer included in the Web of Science and the SciELO network. We also received information on authors that published the same manuscript in 7 different journals, and they had published in a SciELO journal. So we asked the committee what we should do. In face of these demands, we realized there was a need to have an office working specifically with situations like these. This office was created as a support to the consulting committees of the SciELO programs in whatever has to do with ethics. And then we carried out a study. We made a suggestion to the consulting board in SciELO Brazil, and it was decided that SciELO ethics would only work whenever there is a demand. It is not an office to go on a witch hunt. Whenever we have a question, a concern, it will be taken to this office, and it may come from a reader, an author, a reviewer, an editor, or one of the supporters of the journals in the SciELO program. The objective is the following: suggest preventive actions, educational and punitive actions. But pay attention to the word suggesting, okay? And prepare and publish guidelines regarding good practices in the communication and the performance of research. It is also aimed at proposing or encouraging actions aiming at the prevention of poor conducts or inadequate conduct. It's better to prevent than remediate. Also, good practices in communication of research. Finally, examining the charges of poor conduct throughout the SciELO network. And so, this committee must have one coordinator. This coordinator is indicated by the SciELO's Programs Consulting Committee. This coordinator will have a 5-year mandate to guarantee the independence of this coordinator so that there is no pressure regarding the actions that will have to be taken. Also, for this coordinator to be able to talk to the consulting boards and check what's going on, they will also have a seat in all of the committees or all of the boards of the SciELO program. Whenever we have a demand, the coordinator must suggest an evaluation committee which will evaluate that specific poor conduct to be evaluated by the coordinator, by one representative of the SciELO Program Board of Directors, by 3 SciELO editors in the area involved in the issue, and one of them must be a member of the consulting board, and if required, they can also we can also invite ad hoc reviewers.
All decisions should rely on appropriate legal opinion and should be based on some documents. And why do I say legal opinion? Depending on the decision, this might impact the whole professional career of a researcher, sometimes even closing journals. So we need appropriate legal support to do it according to the legislation in place. These decisions should be based on three key documents. One of them in the principles of COPE, of transparency and best practices. Secondly, on the guide of best practices for strengthening ethics in publication. It's made by SciELO. And finally, policies and procedures for admission and maintenance of journals in SciELO Brazil collection. Once the evaluation is performed, a report is written. The report will be presented by the coordinator to our advisory board. And the advisory board, in turn, will decide what to do. The committee makes the suggestion, it is discussed in the advisory board, and they'll decide what to do. Just to give you an example, here we have one of the most dangerous animals in the world, responsible for millions of deaths every year. Next to it, we can see a white shark just swimming happily. Had it been for human beings, we wouldn't have to create best practices offices, right? And finally, concerning the book that was launched here, which is the interaction between SciELO, BAC, and Editoria Cubo, the book will be printed for those that still like paper books, such as myself, as Felix called us dinosaurs. We still like paper books. It will be printed and will be provided for free through ABAC, ABEC, and SciELO. Let me go back the last slide, please. I am a tracker, Star Trek, and as they are celebrating 57 years, it was September 8th, 1966. And we are discussing the language of communication in science. Gene Roddenberry, the founder of Star Trek in 1966, he had already solved the problem. He created the universal translator. Regardless of the language you speak, regardless of the language the other person speak, you can read and write in your own language. And that could solve the problem of language in scientific publication. And I wish you all a great day. Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Sigmar. Such a great talk. Let me now hand it over to Professor Isidro. Let's talk about metrics once again. Well, hello, a new tracker coming to stage. This is a presentation that was asked by the directors of SciELO. So this is something that they do not know, but I am going to present a work agenda, which it might not be as viable as thought. But I'm not here to make friends, so let's keep on moving ahead. Let's try to see what are the characteristics of metrics specifically thought to the world, not only of SciELO, but the broader understanding of the portals of journals in any area. specifically in the global south, but also applicable to other cases. What I would like to show you is essential. We have to understand we are speaking about journals, and we have to concentrate on metrics and work with these metrics, so much so that they are not overcome with the process and metrics of journals. We all know about the impact factor and the inappropriate application of models. Therefore, the overlapping which had such negative effects should be avoided. I'm going to try to define the work object and also give you an idea about the metrics that would be applicable in these cases. What's the key difference of what I'm going to share with you? The metrics of journals, in addition to other uses, are applied to qualify journals individually. And they can also be used to define and characterize communities. And this is absolutely true when we consider not one journal in itself, but a whole set of journals, which is something that had not been explored. And I'm referring about the communities where we talk about peers from other areas, our scientific peers from different disciplines, which is not ours. And the almost peers are those that need the knowledge of journals, but they are not part of the community, but benefit from the existence of papers. For example, university teachers, engineers, physicians, they need the development of research for their work. And they are going to refer to papers published in this journal to develop their work. Therefore, the metrics are used to define these communities in a broader perspective. I would like to tell you now about the problems with which we come across. I'm going to start with something simple. I'm going to go back to Math 101. We all know that at school, some basic ideas were taught and then we no longer think about them. There is a series of books to support education in Mexico, changing things that had been criticized before. This is addition and subtraction of strawberries. But I wonder, how can any of us understand multiplication as we see it here? 4 mangoes times 2 mangoes. What is the result of mangoes? Would they be larger mangoes? Well, we are not aware of the reality related with these numbers. 2 is greater than 1, 3 is greater than 2, 4 is greater than 3. But there is an important relative difference between them. When we go into the world of library scientific communication, these numbers might not be relevant. 1, 2, 3 are identical numbers. They do not set them apart. Therefore, what we need for any task is to have points to identify models. We need numbers that make sense. 10 is very close to 9, right? 100 is very close to 90. But 100 is much more than 90. What about 1,000 in view of 900? So the ratio is 10 to the 9, and you might be wondering, why is he talking about that? Are we all silly and do not know anything about math? Yes, that's exactly it. Because over 50 years, you have used the impact factor as a reference, where we consider within 1 year the production, scientific production. And you might be wondering, why is it important? It's very important because the factor is relevant to classify things, including journals, but also subjects, researchers. but 80% of the values of the impact factor are smaller than 5. 5 is greater than 4. 4 is greater than 3. In the number of citations that we have here, that's useful. This tool is useful. And I tell you, they are not. And why not? The solution is we have to increase the amount of information. Let me give you some possibilities. We can increase the window of citations. Rather than doing for 1 year. For example, Scopus is using 3 years, Google Scholar is increasing to 5 years. So the sample is increasing, and this is essential. There are other alternatives using different databases. Scopus, WOS, have at least 50% more publication than other databases. I've also marked here in a different color the ones which are free access and the others that are paid. So we need more information. And why? This is going to enable us to apply the law of the large numbers for the patterns to be effective. We have to do things different because so far they haven't provided very reliable information. All the outliers of some metrics, what is the solution? This is not a panacea, but all metrics, in my opinion, should be concentrated on the different thematics, different scope. We should have better definition of scope of journals because we are talking about the concept of identifying authors. They are a community of authors, right? We have to identify that at local, regional, and global perspective. We have to identify which are the key authors, which are the most productive authors, what the problems are. Should we really put an end to the classification of themes by Scopus and WOS? Well, not only within science, but also in the global south, not only in the north, but also global south, where we have very concrete disciplines. But it's important not to believe in the urban legends that the journals have lots of self-citations that are not appropriately represented. Not quite. We are building communities. The context is using self-citation to enhance, to expand further the communities. Now, centrality of these journals, these publications. And there are some problems that haven't been addressed. What happens with the journals that do not follow the formal structure? We have to identify solutions. I don't have one single solution that can solve it, but I would say that I would rather set it apart and with time come up with a solution. And finally, we can work with conventional indicators, but being very careful about quantitative characteristics. Now I'm going to go into a very clear point, which is related to size. This is a problem when we are talking about subjects and journals. We can use that for texts, explaining it within the context. It might work, but be careful. Please take into account the whole problems around it. We can use maybe different values or maybe follow the number of visitors, number of downloads. These are numbers that we have to explore further with appropriate robots, maybe major downloads. But it's important to reconstruct the infrastructure of the community. Let's create networks. I like to be in the center. I do like to be in the center. So I think that this is the kind of use that would be recommended. I think that I would like to close by saying that the portals of journals, especially SciELO, offer the possibility of developing metrics that can describe the communities of a given region, such as ours, and that can be done with a specific precision that only quantitative analysis cannot reach, provided that we always comply with the rules of appropriate mathematics. However, I wouldn't like to close without recognizing that an organization that has worked for 25 years in this area deserves our respect and recognition. So it would be remiss of me to conclude without congratulate, not Google, no, Google, no, kidding. Congratulations for your work, for everything that you've done at SciELO. You are just so big, excellent, and wonderful. Thank you very much, Professor Isidro. Let's now open for the audience for questions. Are the questions sent online to us? Okay. Yes, there is an online question to Professor Susana from Patricia Henriquez Bafra about the experience of your publication from the Federal University of Minas Gerais. Much has been said about the overload of reviewers. On the one side, the process that you adopt, does it value the role of reviewers? But at the same time, reviewers have to dedicate more time to the review of the different articles. If we adopt this process broadly, would it be sustainable? Would we have enough reviewers? Very important question, Patricia. The first point is we have the need to value the work of reviewers. This opportunity of interacting with authors is something that requires time, not only of authors, but of editors and publishers. The editors-in-chief started this process in our journal. We have other joint editors being part of that and publishing their reviews as well. It certainly demands more time, but I would like to confirm the positivity of the results, the satisfaction and the positive result that this interaction between author and reviewer has produced, encouraging new aspects of a given research. Yes, time is always an issue, and this is why we haven't opened entirely. We have run experiences by selecting relevant topics, by inviting people to join us. We cannot do it with all different papers. That would be ideal, of course, but the literature, as I told you, it has opened different possibilities of working with peer review. The example that I have given you from my publication is not the only one. You can always resort to different solutions. So this is what we should do. Try really to evolve in this process. If I may add, I am a reviewer of peer review and research integrity of Springer's Nature, and reviews are open, and they are also published. And I constantly get emails about the open reviews that I provide to them. And other researchers and authors discuss with me my comments. They ask for suggestions of other papers, other topics. It is a very important interaction. The process of open peer review is extremely enriching. Now, as to taking more time, A review should always be very careful, and we are responsible for the results we are presenting. So the fact that it will take more time, maybe to talk to an author or to answer more emails, is something really important.
Well, I think that we must be very careful not to overload the reviewers. If you are invited for an open review, well, wait until before you invite this reviewer once again, keeping in mind that we're all involved in way too many activities. Hello, good morning. Congratulations and thank you for the lectures. Professor Susanna, it's really nice to know that you're doing this. I wanted to ask you about the assessment forms. I know we have different ones. We have some questions, some direct questions, yes or no questions, or some open questions. But I wanted to know from you what you do and if you have any suggestions about this. Also, thank you for the lectures. I wanted to ask you if it makes sense to have an age factor that is calculated according to the different areas. Thank you. Well, we're going to see it. Thank you very much because the question has to do with something I have already commented. We have to take into account, for example, that if we use the LTM divided by the number of years, and because it grows linearly, it would be a mistake. We should keep in mind that one of the alternatives would be to divide the age index into decades, for example. We it could be enough, even though there's a risk that it might penalize the younger ones. A lot of people promote the M index, but they do not take into account that there is a mathematical aberration in the conventional definition, taking into account complete natural years only. Well, thank you very much for your compliment. I wanted to say that Educação em Revista has a forum with closed and open questions, or direct or indirect questions. And it demands one opinion that is that must be descriptive, indicate quality and limitations of the publication. And I think that this form should go through a review from time to time so that we can make adjustments. Anybody else? We have an online question from Marilisi. What are the ethical risks of artificial intelligence? The ethical risks of artificial intelligence, what are they? Well, before answering it, for the sake of curiosity and talking about the tracker world a little bit more, Alex and I were in the city of Ribeirão Preto, and we discovered that ChatGPT will talk to you in the lingo language, if you wish. Artificial intelligence is a problem for all aspects of scientific publishing. It must be used, and not only that, it must be used. It is very valuable. But it's really important that we reference what we use of artificial intelligence. It is unethical to use artificial intelligence and not mention it. We do it so many times, don't we use Google to search? Have you ever checked review into Grammarly to make sure that the grammar is correct or to detect similarities. This is all artificial intelligence. But the main issue I see with artificial intelligence is that what you write, and depending on what you use, you leave the information in the cloud and it will later be captured by similarity programs, and therefore it must be used very carefully. And if you use any artificial intelligence resource, you must mention it so that we know that you've used that reference. SciELO is creating models, and I think that our national standardization body is also doing it. In Vancouver also, they are already doing it. The basis for everything is integrity at all times. Alex, are you done? Okay, so we have 5 or 6 seconds. Professor Isidro, would you like to make any comments? I would have liked to participate more actively in the discussions of this group, but I wanted to highlight that it's very important to support open science. I specialize in metrics, and metrics will be a lot more accurate if they include the different aspects of of open science. I am very happy to get to know the very good initiatives, and they represent a significant advancement in the way we communicate. Professor Susanna, once again, I would like to say that I'm really happy to participate in this event to celebrate SciELO's 25th anniversary. I would also like to congratulate Professor Abel and his team, and thank you all for your attention. Open science changes the way we work with scientific research and publication. We have to readjust ourselves to the practices of open science. As I wrote in last month's editorial in a journal of psychiatrics, you do not have to be the first one to join, but you must not be the last one. I also thank you for this opportunity. Congratulations to SciELO and long live science. Thank you, Flavia. We now invite you for the official photo. We're going to share the question once again, and we want to know whether there are any differences between the beginning of the panel and now. It is the same link. All you need to do is update the page, and then the question will be updated. To what extent do the practices of open science contribute for the improvement of quality in investigation? So we had an increase, and 92% said a lot, even though, once again, the difference in the graph is because we have different numbers of people responding the first time and now. We're going to break for lunch and we will restart at 2 o'clock. And I hope to see you there. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. We have one more question, and we would like all of you to have it answered. And it's correlated with the panel. We are going to start now. What causes the most impact on research? Diversity of people or diversity of data? This is the QR code that you can use to have it answered. It's valid to all of you on site or online. Here we have the access code, should you prefer to type it in. Once the panel is over, we are going to repeat this question. And we can update the answer once we get to the end. You don't have to rescan it. Here we have some initial partial results. It seems to be balanced between diversity of people and diversity of data. One more chance. Diversity of people seems to be ahead. No major difference though. Let's start our next panel, please. Our next dialogues is based on data. The more I need, the more I want. You can have access to the CV of all our speakers, and there you can find further details of the CV of all our speakers. Let me invite now to be part of the panel Dr. Barret Mons, President of Committee on Data for Welfare and Professor of Line University, Barret Mons. Shelley Stone, co-chair of Research Data Alliance and a VP of the Program of Open Science of the American Geophysical Union Program. Our commentator, Carlos Joly, he's editor of member of SciELO Brazil, and he is a professor in the University of Campinas and coordinator of the Brazilian Diversity and Biodiversity Platform and Ecosystem. Paulo Nascimento Neto, head editor of Turbi, Brazilian journal of publication. He's also with the University Catholic University in Paraná. Our moderator is Cláudia Bauser Medeiros. She is member of the coordinator of e-science and data science of the FAPES in São Paulo, and she's also a professor in the University of Campinas. Professor Cláudia, you have the floor.
And we're going to have a very exciting panel, and all of us are going to enjoy ourselves enormously. And you will not even want to go out for the coffee break. So I'd like to start immediately. I like to joke a lot, and we hope to enjoy ourselves a lot during this panel. I'd like to invite Shelley for the first presentation, yes, and you have exactly 15 minutes, and I will cut you after. Do you want me to tell you when you have like 2 minutes more? Okay.
Yes, please. Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for this opportunity to be here. It is not my first time in Sao Paulo, but I've had such a great time getting to know all of you. And could somebody bring up my slides, please? Yeah, I hope so. Fantastic. So for this particular meeting, I represent the Research Data Alliance, an international organization. They are celebrating their 10-year anniversary this year as SciELO celebrates their 25th. The Research Data Alliance is an international organization, community-driven, member-focused, that is really looking at research data and what it means to bring together community in order to reduce the barriers, to increase data sharing and exchange. So it is interesting for me to be here in Sao Paulo as I even walk the streets and see the most beautiful trees and the great foliage and such a gorgeous environment here in Brazil. So using the example of a seed growing into a forest, your garden, is perfect to describe the kind of community that the RDA creates. So this is the vision, the mission, and the guiding principles. I want to highlight on this slide how in the mission RDA builds the social and technical bridges, enabling open sharing and the reuse of data. So we've been talking about open science these last days or so, and here within the RDA, this is the working groups, the international community that brings together what it means to actually practice elements around data sharing, even software sharing, although there is a research software alliance if you're interested in that as well, that is a collaborator. And it's really an important part of open science. When you share your research, when you as publishers and editors and reviewers provide that research and publish it and are doing your peer review, the data that goes behind that research is critical. You're not going to understand it fully. You're not going to have the transparency unless that data is there. And here we have an international organization focused on that, where everyone contributing worldwide matters. So the community itself, there are 3 types of organizations. One is a working group, and these are 18-month efforts where you figure out what your goal is. You bring together members from all over the world to come together to help solve that goal. An interest group can have multiple working groups, and it lasts for as long as the community wants to keep it going. And then a community of practice, think about a discipline. For instance, within the Earth and Space Sciences, this is my home organization, we're considering actually standing up a community of practice. At the moment, there's one on agricultural data, and we're excited to entertain other types of groups. For instance, for SciELO, you could consider a publishing community of practice where you bring together publishers worldwide to work together on challenges, as an example. So the people who participate in the Research Data Alliance can be individuals. So that's me. I'm a member. It's free. You can anyone here could be a member and join and participate in any of the working groups. My organization, AGU, is also an organizational member. I am the co-chair of the Organizational Assembly for RDA, along with Louise Bohoisentut. And SciELO is a member. They're brand new, and we're really excited to have them participate because they bring those interests from Brazil, from this area, and all of the other countries that are represented by SciELO. And then there are nations and regions. There is a Americas region, that participates, North and South America. There's a Europe, there's a US region. I just got named to the steering committee for RDA US. I'm a little excited about that. Our first meeting is next week, so I'm going to, I can, contact me, I'll let you know how it went. And here you can see the geographical distribution. Now, sadly, find South America, you're blue. We need this to be bigger. So I invite all of you to be members, individually and as organizations, most importantly, individually. By having your participation in the Research Data Alliance, your viewpoints, the things that matter here in Brazil or anywhere in South America and Portugal are represented. And we need you. You can clearly see that we need you. So let me go on a little bit further. Some of you, I think, did you get this postcard yesterday? Yes, some of you? Okay, don't throw it away. So SciELO is actually a member of a research organization along with RDA and my own organization, AGU. And we've been working in combination with RDA and researchers around the world. And I think JST is here from Japan. I can't see you in the audience, but I just want to recognize that JST is one of our funders. So is FAPESP. Thank you, Claudia. There are 6 countries all together. And what we've done is we've worked with our own researchers in each country to come up with the first steps to take towards open science, which includes sharing data, it includes sharing software. And when you flip the postcard over to the other side, there are, in your own language, each of these checklists are available to you. So I'm very excited to get your feedback. If you think this will be valuable for you as a publisher to share with your researchers or any of your other networks. So thank you, FAPESP, for your funding of this effort. And thank you to all of our other funders, including JST, who I think is also here, and the Belmont Forum for organizing. So let's talk about FAIR. If you don't know what FAIR is yet, that's important for you to fill in that gap. So it's findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. It's a critical element of open science. It's great to share your data, but if it's not easy to understand and easy to find, there's really not a lot of point, right? That data is not going to be able to support your research. And within the Research Data Alliance, there's a number of efforts that are supporting FAIR. Now, I could share with you many, many different working groups within the Research Data Alliance. But because of what you're doing here at SciELO, I'm just going to give you this one slide, just one. And I have in the green circle there, one of the things that SciELO might be very interested in participating in is the publishing data workflows. There's also policies around publishing that are not quite as FAIR aligned, but would be interesting to SciELO and all of the people here. I would highlight for you the very first one there, the FAIR Data Maturity Model Working Group. I gave a talk within one of SciELO's seminars recently on that maturity model. I'm one of the co-chairs and happy to discuss it. Essentially what it does is it takes the elements around FAIR, and if you're assessing an organization or a repository or even a publisher on how FAIR they are working, they're contributing to FAIR data, FAIR software, FAIR publishing, this working model, this maturity model, would be helpful in that area. It's specifically tuned to data, but it's not hard to adjust it to also tune to publishing or software. And I do believe that Bernd is going to talk a little bit about that in his talk, what it means to actually think about publishing in a fair way. So let me continue. Our strategic plan for RDA for these coming years, highlighting the top, do you see globalize there, ensuring that RDA is a truly global organization where being here in South America is a really important element of that. And the reason it's me is because the Secretary General, Hillary Hanaho, which I am grateful that she asked me to be here in her shoes, she's actually in Japan. She's talking to folks in Japan to help build up the membership for RDA in their sliver of the organizational members. So I'm hoping that she is successful. I know she is hoping that I am successful. So here we are, letting you know that it really matters that we reach out and welcome everyone here to be members of RDA. So on the very bottom, you can also see Innovate, creating impact within a global data landscape. So the question you all answered at the very beginning, does our research benefit from diverse people or diverse data? We can certainly argue both. But I would say that specifically for RDA, we see diversity of people as being critical. Having members from all over the world representing what's important to researchers within your own countries, within your own states, is critical. And that in that way, we are able to be more valuable as an international community, such that you can bring back those best practices that you help to develop to your own researchers and benefit any of the disciplines. So very, very high level, this is our strategic plan, which is going through final approval, so it is a draft. Increasing engagement in the Global South, so hello, that's me, I'm here. Encouraging multilingualism. There were talks earlier today and yesterday about how important that is. We completely agree. Note the postcard where we have 3 languages highlighted. And for those of you who speak French or Japanese, we also have those materials in those languages and more to come. Raising awareness about training resources that are available, practicing good data management such that you're supporting the FAIR guiding principles, such that you're supporting the UNESCO open science recommendations, really requires training. What are the things that we're asking publishers to do, such as SciELO, researchers to do? Those are your authors that are publishing. How can you help them understand what those things are? What are the pieces of information that you need to share with each of those researchers? Collaboration. Collaborating with SciELO over these last 5 years has only been a huge benefit. Solange Santos is sitting up front. She and I speak at least maybe weekly, every other week for the last 5 years. And what I can share with you is, had it not been for Solange and our other members on the team building these checklists, they wouldn't have been as good as they are. And what does that mean? Well, Solange has high standards. So when I would talk about an abstract concept, Solange would be like, no, Shelley, you have to get it down to this thing follows this thing, follows this thing. And if you don't make it simple for our authors, it's not going to work. And based on that feedback from her, I actually went back to the AGU, deleted all of our author guidelines, and rewrote them because Solange is right. It makes a lot of sense when you say things very simply so that your researcher can do the right thing the first time and they're not trying to figure it out and ask more questions because you know they don't have time. They want to get back to their research. They want to get published and move on. And we want them to, because that's where innovation comes from. That's how we empower our researchers. So thank you, Solange.
Thank you. Are you finished?
Oh,
I'm sorry. When you said thank you so much, I thought you were saying, sorry.
I surely am, Claudia.
Oh,
so
sorry.
the next meeting for RDA is at the International Data Week, where CoData will be there as well. And you're all invited. And when you get these slides, these following slides will show you how to join. And there I am, Claudia.
I'm sorry. You still have 1 minute.
I know how to go backwards.
But that's okay. I'll give you more time.
So
how to become a member? Yeah.
How to become a member. So see the red circle? That's where registration is. And then you can join working groups once you're registered. And if you don't know which working groups to join, find Solange's profile. Just join everything Solange joined. That way you'll know exactly what to do. I don't know how else to say it simply. Just follow the lead. So Solange has the best selection. Just join her working groups. All right, Claudia.
Thank you, Shelley. I'm sorry I interrupted you. Thank you. So besides encouraging all of you to become members of RDA, I'd like to encourage Barend to go and present your speech, which is always provocative. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudia. While my slides are coming up and you will see the title, when I sent that title, Stop Data Sharing, to Claudia, she said, that must be a mistake, you know her. I said, no. I'm going to stick to this title, but I will explain why. But let me say also as a bridge between Shelley's presentation and mine, it's the Research Data Alliance, not Publication Alliance. And I will not talk about open access publications and all this stuff that SciELO is so wonderful at. As I said yesterday, I'm the data guy. In my field, I'm a geneticist. We double the amount of data every 6 months, petabyte after petabyte. We cannot even use hard disks anymore. We have to store the data in DNA, which is 10 to the 19th time more efficient than hard disk. So publications is not my thing. I publish every now and then, but that's not what I'm talking about. So let me first explain the title, not to prevent that some people leave the room. What I really mean here is that when you say data sharing to people, what they think mostly is, I have to take my data, or the data from my patients, in my case, I'm in a hospital, and I have to send them physically somewhere else. I lose control, I violate GDPR and privacy issues. So data sharing in the minds of people has the same strange connotation as open, you know, free, gratuit, you know, bad. No. That's what I would like to explain today. We go to a very different way of dealing with distributed data around the world. And yesterday when Jan had spoken about the science progresses one funeral at a time, and the old silverbacks like me, you know, I'm almost retiring, unless they fall off their rock and we stop only counting nature papers, it will never change, okay? So I made some cartoons in my book that some people may have read about 7 ways to prevent change. And I don't want to go into all of them now, but very quickly, it starts with, you know, the reward system. Then we ignore complexity. We say, oh, we publish papers. Yeah, we publish 4 million papers. Nobody can read them anymore. Then we do not respect other disciplines. So we now need data scientists and content scientists to work together, and they don't even speak the same language. If you say model to a biologist, you mean something else than when you say it to a data scientist. Then, of course, now we have the JetGPT is aggravating that if you get so many data, you can publish virtually any connection, and you get predatory publishing, you don't care, you pull out a lot of stuff there without evidence. I would like to focus a little bit on this last one here. That's not so good. That one there. And that is what the publishing world does totally wrong. It's the 7 capital sins. This is the sin of the publishers. So you publish data behind an article. If the machine is lucky, it will find some link on page 4. And if it's lucky, and not in 70% of the cases, the link doesn't work anymore. But if you go there, you go, oh, that was on the memory stick of the PhD student. Or, you know, it's a PDF, which is a nightmare for machines. So the way we publish now is a nightmare for machines, and I will show you that open access makes that even worse. I'll come there. Then the next sin is for funders. They refuse to fund in data infrastructure. Everybody says data is the new oil and we have to invest, and that's the last sin. We pump oil and we don't have pipelines, we don't have a market, we don't reward for data, and we spoil a lot of data in the environment, and everything goes wrong. So these are the 7 capital sins of open science, but that is not what the talk is all about, so I'll move on quickly. And here you see people that know their classics a little bit know about the Tantalus torture, where the guy is put very close to very nice food, but he cannot reach it. And when you reach it, you cannot eat it. And this is what we create with 4 million articles a year, or more, I don't know how many, and machines can't read them. So it's a Tantalus torture for machines, okay? We need to publish in machine actionable format. and the narrative is supplementary to the data, not the other way around. So why am I doing this? This is one little example from my own research. This is a disease model we created based on 275 databases that have been integrated before. This is a knowledge graph. And what we did was we put all the drugs that were rapidly used for COVID, and we put them in this virtual Petri dish. Now here, by the way, you see a very interesting one, hydroxychloroquine. I don't want to offend your ex-president, but the model said immediately, forget it. It's not going to work, okay? If you would have to do this by reading, that would take you 100 years and 80 PhD students and so on. So this is the sort of research we do. I cannot deal with papers, of course. I need to deal with the machine-readable data in what we call nano-publications. And tomorrow in another panel where Shelley will be again and Eric, who is probably somewhere here, it's too dark for me to see, he's there, will explain more about that. So I quickly made this slide yesterday when Jan mentioned the meteor, and I already made the joke when I gave the opening little speech, was publishing is progressing one meteor at a time. So the first one was the World Wide Web, as Jan explained yesterday. But I think what we see now is that the web of fair data and services, the internet for machines, will be the next meteor. And if you're not ready for that, you're a dinosaur and you will die. I wrote a paper, and this is a long time ago, in 2011, The Value of Data, Nature Genetics. And what you see here is, just for fun, we asked, not me, but the guy that works for us, asked, we said the chicken and the egg problem in publishing, and we asked artificial intelligence, it doesn't exist, but we call it, machine learning and pattern recognition. We now call AI, then we get money. But it is, of course, not AI. Machines are stupid. We still say you need fully AI-ready data. There you have FAIR again, fully AI-ready. But it asked to make a picture of that article, and here it is, just for fun. But the real story that I put there, and these are two pictures from the paper. This is a handmade graph in 2011, so not proper nano-publications. But here you see the narrative article in the middle, and all the red predicates that you see here go wrong, because of the current publishing system. I don't go into details, you can read the paper later. But the point is, if you take the narrative article outside of the center and you put nano-publications, machine-readable information at the center, all the predicates become blue. So all the problems with text mining, why are we burying everything we know in text and then we use computers to mine the text again? That's crazy. We have to publish our claims in formats that the machine can read, and have a narrative article to explain how we did it and stuff. UniProt alone, the major protein database in my field, there is 70 people, 70 people, that do nothing else than reading literature to find out what the heck people meant and how they misspelled the protein, and they use the mouse gene annotation while they mean the human gene. It's a mess. Biologists are the worst, like me. We have one statement saying, never use a TLA. That's a 3-letter acronym. PSA is my favorite. At my age, you think prostate-specific antigen, but it has 189 different meanings in Medline alone. It's crazy. Use the unique identifier for KLK3, which is prostate-specific antigen. That's one thing. Then a little bit about FAIR. FAIR is partly my fault. Shelley already talked about it. What is really irritating is all the conflations that people make. I wrote this other article, Cloudy, Increasingly Fair. It is not a standard. It's not open by default. It's accessible under well-defined conditions. So you can make very sensitive data fair. It's not just for people. It's really machine actionable. And it is not for all data. Only make data fair if you want to feed them to a machine. Okay? Now, there are multiple kinds of data. Established knowledge, that's the EK. We have high throughput experimental data, and we have real world observations. In our case, it's what we observe at the bed of a patient. In Shelley's case, maybe what the satellite or any other sensor measures, not specifically meant for research, but we will use them for research anyway. So if you feed them all to large language models or any of the stuff that is now hyped, you get crazy results. But if you keep them separate and you constrain the machine by a conceptual model, so you tell the machine the things that are impossible, it won't hallucinate anymore. We have already proven that to a large extent. But again, it's not the time here to go into details. But that is the solution for the large language model disaster that we see now. We need to feed these things, not with their own dog poop, because then you get model collapse. They swallow their own hallucinations, and then that becomes true. Sounds a little bit like some presidents, but anyway. So the thing we need in the middle of the hourglass is what we now call a fair digital object, which is a machine actionable unit of information. That could be a single statement or a whole graph. The metadata should be separate, should be machine readable, and it should have its own globally unique identifier so that the machine knows exactly what it is, what it can do with it technically, and what it is allowed to do with it. So I could give every mutation in my genome a different license. Okay? And we have trillions of those nanopublications already. Actually, if you try to capture the entire knowledge in my field, life sciences, you come to 10 to the 14th nanopublications. Okay? Fair digital object. Now, there is already a tool, I'm almost done, that we are developing now, where you create nanopublications first in machine-readable format, in RDF, and the thing, of course, publishes them for machines. Machines love RDF, people hate it. But we can also create narrative. And narrative is a nightmare for computers, but it's very good for people. So in the future, we will first ask authors to take their main claims that are really new. 90% of your paper is repetitive, but you say, now I claim this new gene causes this disease or whatever. Make a nanopublication first, very simple interface. And now you see what happens. On the left-hand side, you see RDF. That's what a nanopublication looks like under the hood. And now we have already this LLM tool that will turn that into perfectly human-readable output of that nanopublication that you could tweet around the world for review or whatever. And I told the designers, hey, don't put the orchid there, put Peter Thijssen, which is the guy that owns that orchid. And it simply states that the CData cloud uses HTTP in a certain year, and they made that as a nanopublication. So when the guy that makes the backend for this to store all these nanopublications is a big shot who made also the SMS infrastructure, he's making the backend. And I told him, okay, this is one nanopublication. You have a few billion in your graph that contains all the knowledge in the life sciences. Could we ask that tool already to write a book that contains all knowledge in the life sciences? He said, yeah, that's not very efficient. It would take a week. Nobody would read the book, or maybe we start text mining it. You know? So we need the graph, but we are already able to turn nanopublications into perfect human-readable text and back. Now, the final point of my presentation.
1.5 minutes.
I know. This is almost the last slide. I know how tough she is, but I never go over time. I hate that.
I know.
So rather than, that's my point, stop data sharing, we now go to data visiting. So we did this already in Vodon. You keep the data where they are. You send the algorithms to the data. That can only be done when the data are fair, so machines understand them. And you can answer any question. You don't think that the Chinese are going to send their multi-omics data on COVID to the United States or the other way around. Or the Africans would send them to the north. They cannot even access the Ebola data because they are in some server at MSF in the north. So you keep the data where they are, you visit them by algorithms, and that's what I mean by stop data sharing. So you go, you keep the data where they are, and you go, it's the end of data sharing as we knew it. You go to data visiting, we already have this for agriculture, for health, and you could do it for anything else. So you could have many fair data stations here. I'm trying to fill up my time, you know, to not, okay. No, fine. So this is what the real point I wanted to make. We go from data sharing in the classical way. Don't think anymore about, I send my data somewhere else. You keep control of the data. The algorithms visit you, and you can answer any question without ever creating a data lake or data warehouse 1615. Yeah, almost there. So that is the real story now. And that's why I chose that title, Claudia. I hope that was not a
You
problem.
shocked me.
Thank you.
So thank you very much for another very interesting talk. And so we had Shelley telling us, go to RDA, and we have Brian telling us, go to the data. So visit RDA, visit the data. And now I would like to ask Carlos Joly for exactly 7 minutes to comment. I'm being very strict because Abel told me I had to. Yeah.
Bom, eu vou falar em português.
I'm going to speak Portuguese. Let me start by building up on the first talk by Shelley, because she invited us, all of us, to become members, individual members of an international organization of data sharing. And this decision, an individual decision, is a decision similar to what has been discussed in international forums of climate changes, for example, and biodiversity, which are transformative changes. We are transforming things when we decide to join an organization such as RDA. These transformations are extremely necessary, as Buran said in the beginning of his presentation. In the past, in the 19th century, there used to be curators of biological collections, museums of natural sciences, for example. They were people who just knew everything about their own collection and did everything to prevent others from accessing the information. They used just to protect data and never wanted to share anything. However, today we have curators of databases. But unfortunately, they maintain the same behavior. They do not want to share data. They think that data sharing will allow their data to be stolen or inappropriately used, or that someone else will get credits by using the data that they have so hardly collected. These transformations we are all addressing here are transformations that have to take place at all different levels. I've started by mentioning individual change, our own individual decision. As Shelley showed in her slides, an organization may join RDA. Can also be the government, for example, join RDA as well. When you're talking about transformative changes, these three levels come into place: at the individual level, at the organization level, and at the government level. These changes in the environmental arena have to be quick. They are urgent. On October 27, there is going to be a talk by a specialist at FAPESP, and I would like to invite you all to join us to understand what I'm alluding to. What was the last transformative change that the world has been through? The last change was the end of slavery. The end of slavery was a decision that impacted governmental changes, organizations, individuals, the way that we deal with the land, and it has touched the whole structure of the planet. This is a change that, even though it started over 200 years ago, it's still not over. And we can see that daily. That can be translated through racism, for example, racist attitudes that we see depicted in the news, or even situations that we face as witness. The great transformational change that we have to implement is to stop depending on fossil fuels. This is going to impact all structures once again. Power, wealth, individuals. While this transformation is not over yet, it's each and every one of us who has a role to play. And the issues that we've been discussing here together of sharing data, of allowing data to be visited by others, they are all very needy transformations. There are billions of data in the area of biology and life sciences. We cannot interpret data unless we share and use new technology, such as artificial intelligence. And this is my message to you today. Think about the transformation that we can all do, and think about the transformations that the society needs to make. Thank you all very much. Within my 7 minutes, yeah. Great. Let me invite now Paula. That's Claudia speaking. Now, Paulo. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to start by saying how glad it is to be part of this panel with Claudia, Jolie, Shale, Baran Moss. So wonderful to be here with you and to be able to exchange ideas with you. I would like to greet SciELO for its 25th anniversary. Thanks to the contribution to science, and also as an individual. I was an intern 15 years ago at my university in Paraná. I got a grant, and then I got involved in the Brazilian Journal of Urbanism. It was a brand new journal at that time. And we started using SciELO indexation to create and develop the journal. I finished my PhD, and years later, I joined the program once again, but then as an editor. And here am I talking about data sharing. I feel really glad. Thank you. Thank you very much, all of you. Now, speaking of it, let me tell you why I'm here, I guess. I suppose we have people here from hard science, so to speak, whereas I come from applied social sciences. Since 2021, we've expected authors to share their research data with all the challenges that it has in the area of humanities, just using it broadly. Our editing body went through a number of discussions to understand what we expected from authors, how to communicate authors about that, and how, based on fair principles, data could provide more transparency to research papers and also be reproduced before getting to the point where machines could start reading them. And that's exactly my point here, my point for discussion. And that's something that we've been discussing in my journal. What does it mean for the area of humanities and applied social sciences having a data deposit? I know it's important. I have no question that this is essential, but I really wonder whether data are more important than the articles or whether articles are more important than data. I'm asking you actually so that we can discuss, because in different areas of knowledge, there are very well consolidated paradigms, and that's okay. Based on that, you can produce data, you can build, create convergence, and get to the models that we've heard from Professor Barron. But in humanities, the paradigms are still to be created, or maybe they won't even exist. Yesterday, there was a panel where someone mentioned Thomas Kuhn, who wrote another book about social scientists and even set some caveats for what had been described in the first publication. Can we really have that kind of paradigms for the knowledge area at hand? If that's not so, how can we communicate results? Something that we've come across in my journal in studies that have more ethnographic characteristic or work with focus groups or direct observation. So what kind of data would be shared? How that could be published? And how would it lead to reproducibility so that it can contribute to the field beyond simply transparency? This is something that we've heard from previous panels, because there is just so many data that is going to be available in 10, 20 years. So we really want data to be part of repositories to contribute to the development of knowledge. I want to make a very brief point, exactly because I want us to discuss. I want to hear from our panelists and everyone else I want to hear from you. What is your take on the deposit of those data for humanities and social sciences? Thank you.
There were lots of different ideas, exciting ideas, RDA, data visitation, transformation, and what's more important, the paper or the data? That was very difficult. So, but we would like to prioritize questions from the audience. So who wants to ask the first, the second, the third question? I cannot see, so someone who can see can... there are lots of people raising their hands. We do not have time for too many questions, unfortunately.
Hello, thank you both. Completely agree with Paulo, and I would like to ask Baron Mons about the many ifs that are in his talk. I mean, you could have models that solve problems, answer questions, create narratives. If you have quality data, you have machine-readable data, well-structured data in massive quantities, and with a good data articles attached to them. So that's the main issue here, I guess. I think that humanities and social, it will take a long time. I would also like to know your view on that. But how could we, from the global south, overcome all those ifs that are required, each and every one of them, to be present for data to be actually the main character? Thank you.
Thank you. Before we start answering, maybe another question so we can answer them together. Mais uma pergunta? Ou não tem? Uma pessoa.
Is there one more question? Yes? Good afternoon. Good afternoon, great talks. I am Alex Teixeira from the Federal University of Rio Grande do Sul. I am from the area of sociology. So, Journal of Sociology. So, of course, to some extent, I was touched by Paulo's comment. How have you thought about the possibility of stopping or preventing the publication of some articles? Now, speaking as a researcher in the area of public safety, for example, sometimes there are studies which have qualitative methodology. You've talked about ethnography, and depending on the way data are documented in the research, the way they are exposed may put people at risk. Sometimes it's a small community. So how can we mediate that? How can we really deal with that and really do not prevent studies from being published because of that? Hello, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the excellent panel. I would like to ask to you, Shali, and first thank you very much about RDA and what you told us. But we have a community here in Brazil with many people who have active roles at RDA, and there is a friend of ours who is the chair, Deborah, who is here with us from the RDA. I'm part of 5 working groups. So we do have a very active community from Brazil in RDA, just making our contributions. And to you, Baron, you said about data visiting and how we should, let's say, stop sharing data, so to speak, and start thinking about a different way of sharing data, respecting some specificities, right? Some requirements. You've shown the Vodam project. We were part of that with Vodam BR here in Brazil, creating the fair trade point at Fiocruz to support the Vodam data on COVID. So what do you think about the expansion of research data, not because only about a pandemic, but how can we expand the project that was created based on fair data points to disseminate research data quality using FAIR? And I would like to hear the 5%. 5 questions. Come on, 5 questions. Too many questions.
The first question and then the other 10 questions she asked.
We'll try. Before I answer the question, I still have to remember them even longer. I can teach you one thing. If you ever are a chair of a panel in the future and you want to keep everyone in time, you threaten them 4 times by email that you make them publicly scandal if they go over time. So we were all on time. That's unique, huh? Yeah. And but that was Claudia's presentation here. It was very important. But first of all, coming back, I think when we started this session, there was already this Mentimeter thing. But is it more diversity of people, diversity of data? And as I predicted, 50-50 roughly. Both are important. The same is the answer to the first question. And social sciences, I always get we don't have triples, blah, blah, blah. Of course, if you want to make a serious claim, you can always present that as a triple. So it is not data or articles, it's both. But the big mistake people make, starting ever with the article of the future of Elsevier, which was the article without future, as we know, you either publish for people, if I want to read a PDF in the train, I still need a dumb PDF to read, while I would believe some stuff, the background. So narrative is for people, and RDF, nanopublications, is for machines, fair data. Okay, don't mix the two. And we need both. Now, I need a long narrative maybe in the social sciences to claim that some king only was really in power from A to B, or was the difference between Allah and Yahweh and Vishnu. But you can still do that also in nanopublications. But coming to your question of all the ifs, one other thing that is always held against me, first they say, narrative. No, I don't want to kill narrative. We will still need that. But the other thing is, you won't make all data fair. No. Only make data fair when they need to be fully AI ready. Not that we have AI, but we better get ready for it if it ever comes. So only when you can capture information in fair format, when you need it, but don't try to make all data fair. It makes no sense. If you don't feed the machines, don't even go there. Okay? And the downside of the fair hype, we have 11,000 citations on the paper. We shouldn't even measure that, of course, but anyway. And then the downside of fair, and you know that in RDA as well, now the funders are requesting fair, the governments are requesting fair, the G20, the G7, and there is now a lot of fake fair. I summarize fair now as the machine. The short summary of fair is the machine knows what I mean. And if you say I'm fair, but I'm not interoperable with Africa, you're not fair. There is an I in fair. You are fair, by definition you're interoperable, and you're by definition machine actionable. There is not such a thing as fair and not machine actionable. Then you haven't read the paper. So we have to joke that at least half of the people that cite the original paper have clearly never read it.
Thank you. Just before, I'd like Paulo to answer, and then Shelley and Jolie with final words. Because Paulo was asked that specific question, right?
Tá ótimo, obrigado, Cláudia. Alex, acho que é muito boa
Thank
tua
you, Claudia.
pergunta.
Wonderful question. Yesterday in your panel, some of the things really served as food for thought. As publishers, it's difficult to deal with that. From a practical perspective, we started requiring papers submitted as of 2021. After 1 year of analyzing the situation, we determined it as a requirement for all papers as of 2022 that were submitted for publication. But it is explaining to authors that we want to discuss that, right? Much more than having a stop rule, so to speak. No data published, no publication. Of course not. We've got to 5 or 6 cases in which authors said, well, there is a risk of sharing data, or there is a problem of data confidentiality. There were some subtleties that would really prevent them from sharing the whole data set. So yes, maybe the requirement will be a hurdle for some research studies. As it's all new, we then, if there is a specific problem, we bring it to the attention of our publishing body. At least we make a letter of clarification written by the authors, which explain why there is a limited presentation of data or why it could not be shared. Some cases would not really lead to risks, but they were sensitive data, transcriptions, focus groups. So it gave us a lot of hard work to provide anonymity of the contributions, respecting the privacy, and so on. I think that it's a learning process, isn't it? We still do not know for sure. We don't have a explicit guide because we are learning from authors. We are learning what it means to us in the area. But I really liked what Baron said. Data makes sense. Which data would make sense and should be there? Not all of that, right? Not all data. Sorry, interrupting you. Shelley?
Fortunately, I menaced you because the bell menaced me. There's no, Shelley, could you please some remarks?
Thank you, Claudia. So let me talk to you as someone who has, we have 23 journals at AGU, and we're over 100 years old and have just now flipped half of our journals. So they're beyond hybrid now, they're open access. So going to the challenge of can all data be made open and available? Of course not. So we have, and my mic is going, so I might jump over to this other mic. Oh, closer. Okay. Got it. Okay. Technology. So not locations of fossils, locations of indigenous information. We have sensitive data in the earth and space sciences as well, minerals. And no, you cannot make it open and available, but what you can do is make sure it is understandable. So going to the point about all data can be fair, but not all data can be open. We do need an infrastructure to do that. I would call that a repository. You don't ever want that data to be only in your holding as a researcher, because you are fallible. You won't remember it. You'll lose it. We are not perfect, but a repository that has the ability to have access controls, protect the data, make sure it's mitigated, what the access is. This is what makes sense. But not every researcher has access to those services. So this is an opportunity where we can help. So yes.
No, it's just that I'd like Jolie to say a couple of words as well, and then we'll, oh, yeah, because I cannot see what's happening.
Yeah, na área biológica nós também temos, obviamente.
In biology, we also have sensitive data. The inotropic biota from the very beginning of this year is requesting a data depository, but as mentioned by Paulo, this is a learning process. For example, when you work with threatened species, of course, you cannot give the exact locations, you cannot provide information like that, and so you use an explanation letter to explain why data has not been made available. But the immediate response of the community was related to the immediate data submission. And we're now going back to normal because people have started to understand how it works. All of the changes we had, and as we adopt these new policies, everything depends on the size and the maturity of the scientific community. We can't just import models from the north, where of course the community is larger, more mature, and then start using them here. We have to move on carefully. It is a learning process, as I said. Thank you, Jolie and Baron. Well, thank you very much, Professor Claudia and the panelists. Please stay on the podium for a photo, and then we're going to break for coffee, and we'll come back at 3:45. Thank you so very much.
Okay, so as a reminder, this will be repeated at the end. So you can keep this page open on your phone and just refresh it at the end so that the questions can be reset. Okay, let's see the results once again. Okay, so now we can begin. To continue our program, we will have a panel called it will be called Open Access Platforms in the We Who Do program. For this panel, we will have Pierre Mounier, co-coordinator of Opera Research Infrastructure, Tanya Niemann, executive director of the Erudit Consortium, executive director, Ritsuko Nakajima, director of the Department of Information Infrastructure at the Japan Science and Technology Agency. And replacing Ms. Concepta McManus, who unfortunately was unable to attend, this panel will be chaired by Sigmar de Mello Rode, the head of the Scientific Editing Association in Brazil, who is also a professor at the Paulista Júlio de Mesquita University. We will pass it over to Mr. Sigmar. Good afternoon. It's hard to replace Connie, but we hope that she gets well soon so that she can get back to work with us. This panel is about sister platforms to SciELO. We hope to give you an idea of how this will work with regard to open science, how it will relate to open science. So I'll pass it over to Mr. Pierre Mounier first. Go ahead, Mr. Pierre.
You have 50 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Oh, okay. And thank you very much for welcoming me, and I'm very pleased to be with you. I try to, during my presentation, I try to share with you some information and some experience I have from my background, which is coming from Europe, more particularly as I work a lot with open access platforms in Europe. So I'm a co-coordinator of OPRAS, and in a nutshell, OPRAS is the European research infrastructure dedicated to open scholarly communication in humanities and social sciences. So our mission is to federate the different stakeholders who are working in this domain to work together to make open science a reality for the research community, but also for the public in Europe, and when it comes more particularly to the content in humanities and social sciences. OPRAS is a distributed infrastructure, which means that we have a lot of members coming from many different countries of Europe. So we have 13 core members representing. I have to put that away. That's the thing. Ooh, it's much better. Nobody told me. Okay, so we have 13 core members representing 13 European countries that you can see on this map. We have more than 54 members coming from 18 countries. And those members are different types of organizations. So you have universities, research institutions, but also publishing service providers, publishers, libraries, and other types of organizations working together. And I just want to add also that we are very proud to have a non-European member who is SciELO, who is member of OPRAS. So thank you very much to SciELO to work with us in full partnership with the European community represented in OPRAS. So in the first part of my presentation, I'd like to tell you a little bit about what is the relevance of the open access platforms for the for the OPRAS community. So in fact, in our members, we have people who are running books, open access books platforms. So for example, the OEPEN platform, which is one of the most important in terms of quantity, platform hosting and disseminating open access books, not only in Europe but worldwide. We have also Open Edition Books, which is the platform, the national French platform dedicated to open access books. But also we have a lot of universities and libraries running open access book platforms based on OMP at institutional level. We are, in our members, we have a lot of Diamond Journal platforms, such as OLH, Open Library of Humanities, such as Open Edition Journal, and of course a lot of institutional journal hosting platforms based on OGS. But what is interesting also, and not to forget, is that you can find platforms who host miscellaneous content, so various types of contents, not only books or not only journals, but various types of contents. So, for example, we have Epicence, which is an overlay journal platform. We have also institutional platforms that host and disseminate conference proceedings, books, other types of papers, and Hypothèse, which is an academic research blogging platform that disseminates blogs, academic blogs worldwide. But we shouldn't forget that when we look at the concept of platforms, open access platforms, we shouldn't forget the indexing and discovery platforms. So in our members, we have the directory of open access journals, we have the directory of open access books, and also GoTriple, which is a new platform who index and is a discovery platform for all types of contents in humanities and social sciences. So when we discuss about platforms, naturally, we think immediately about hosting and dissemination platforms, but we should really think about these other types of platforms, which are the indexing and discovery platforms, which are so important for our community as well. So what we try to do is to help and support having platforms work together. And I will try to give you 3 examples of that, because what is important is not only to have platforms, like in isolation, working each of them for their own community, but then also to help having those platforms work together in terms of interoperability, collaboration, transfer of information between the different platforms. So one example of that is, for example, we support DOAB, the Directory of Open Access Book, working in close cooperation with hosting and dissemination platform for open access books. So, for example, at the level of the DOAB, we have set up this concept of trusted platform network, where you have the list of those platforms, OEPEN, Open Edition Books, of course, but also SciELO Books, Muse, JSTOR, who helps us identify and aggregate metadata coming from those open access books in the directory of open access book. We help and support Diamond Journal platforms to work together through different European projects. So we have currently 3 concurring European projects, Diamas, Palomera, and Craftoe, in support of what we call, there is something? No, okay. In support of what we call community-driven pathways to equitable open scholarly publishing. So part of it is, of course, the Diamond Open Access model, but not only, there are many pathways towards community-driven, equitable open access publishing. And you can see that the 3 projects here are working on different aspects of it. So Craftoe is really more for the technical developments. For example, we work a lot with PKP for the improvement of OGS through the development of different plugins and functionalities. But not only. Diamas is more working on trying to set up exchange mechanisms for exchange of knowledge, best practice, guidelines amongst the Diamond journals and the Diamond publishers more particularly. And Palomera is also working more specifically on open access books, as it's a project to make recommendations to help the European countries to align their policy in the future to better support open access publishing for books. Another way to make platforms together is to develop this Go Triple platform, the discovery platform for open access contents in humanities and social sciences. And a Go Triple works as a kind of aggregator. So, of course, we work a lot with other aggregators, other indexing platforms, and, of course, the hosting platforms, so that all their content is made discoverable through Go Triple for the researchers, for the students, but also for the general audience. Now, in the last part of my presentation, I'd like to focus a little bit more on the question of how these platforms support inclusivity, diversity, equity, impact, and accessibility in open science, which is the main topic of this conference. So for each dimension, I will try to share with you what I think are the strengths of those platforms, but also what are the limits of those platforms, so that we can think about it together and we can identify together where those platforms can work better and improve, let's say, their setup to better support those different dimensions of open science. So let's start with the question of inclusiveness or inclusivity. We can consider that the open access platforms are a kind of cooperatives who pull together a lot of resources to provide service to many different journals, books, publishers, many different stakeholders in the community. So by doing that, by being cooperative, in fact, they help the community to scale small, meaning that we have a lot of editorial initiatives, journals, societies who are very small in scale, but who can benefit from a larger platform to increase their outreach, to better operate, and to be at the state of art of the technical development, for example. The limit of that is that, of course, when you are a platform, to manage a large group of small-size actors with their own specific needs consume a lot of resource. And I think that that's an experience that we share with the people who run the platform, where we have a lot of different members, a lot of different people working with us who have their very specific need. Think about a specific journal who want to develop a specific functionality, and they ask us to develop this kind of functionality for them, and it's very hard, of course, to manage and to address the variety of the needs of all these journals, publishers, societies, and so on. So that's an important limit. When it comes to diversity, we can consider that platforms are gardens of knowledge that let the 1,000 flowers bloom of knowledge. And in that sense, we can consider that the platforms, the open access platforms, they support bibliodiversity. And here I refer to the Jussieu call for open science and bibliodiversity, which consider that bibliodiversity is an important dimension of open science. So thanks to the economy of scales of the platform, they are able to manage a diversity of content, managing multilingualism, for example, but also managing different types of contents coming from many different disciplines, countries, backgrounds, etc. Of course, the limit of that is that the platform, they cannot accommodate with an unlimited diversity. So they impose de facto standards to content. And we all know that sometimes people are not happy with that. So that's a tension that the platforms have to manage. When it comes to equity, most of the platforms, they are publicly owned. So they have the function of policy enforcement bodies for policymakers, for the countries or for the institutions. And then they ensure an equality of treatment to the community. So here you have the example of the rules that apply to all the journals who want to join the Open Edition Journal platform. And these rules are the same for everyone, right? So it ensures a certain, let's say, equality of treatment for all the journals who want to apply to the platform. And all these platforms, they are deemed responsible and accountable about the equality of treatment that they apply to all those journals, books, publishers, societies who want to use their service. But, as you know, equality is not equity. And then the platforms struggle to provide a specific support to those journals, those societies, those publishers, those scientific communities who are very far from the criteria which are required to join the platform, because it requires a specific effort for them. And that's one of the limits that we have as a platform. We ensure equality. To ensure equity, it requires a lot more resources that we don't have in all cases. In terms of impact, so I have an expression for that. A long time ago, I wrote with Marin Dacos, who is a friend but also a colleague, an article named Le Canon à idées in French. So meaning that the platforms are like cannons for ideas because they project far away all those publications, all this knowledge by supporting the indexation and the visibility of this content in the scientific ecosystem. So because the platform aggregates large quantities of content, they boost the visibility of publication, and that's their main function, basically. And then they attract large audience. They open the door of discovery, search, and indexing platforms. The limit of that is that, of course, publishers and scientific communities who publish content have identified that they can put their content in not only one, but 2 or 3 or 4 platforms, the same content. Of course, because they want to reach out to the diverse audiences. So, for example, we have in open edition journals, we have journals who are coming from Latin America, who are hosted in SciELO, for example, and who wants to be hosted also on open edition journals to reach out to a more European audience, for example. But then it raises a new question. Is it not a duplication of effort? Because this is the same content. So that's a limit. And my last point is about accessibility. So platforms have the function of being public spaces that should be accessible to all. It's basically in their mission. Because of their technical capacity, they can provide this accessibility by technical developments, for example, for being at the state of art of the standard, to do that. But the problem is that in most cases, accessibility is limited because they are not in full control of the content that they host. So for example, you can have a marvelous web platform which is compliant with the web accessibility standards when it regards web accessibility, but inside the platform you have PDFs which are not accessible because they are coming directly from the journals or from the scientific community. And that's very hard to manage. Okay, so I've finished my presentation. I just want to tell you one last point of information if you're interested. In Europe, there is a group of 5 research institutions coming from 5 different countries. The name of it is Knowledge Exchange. And recently, they have published an interesting report so I encourage you to read the report because it's an analysis report on what they call alternative publishing platforms. I don't have time to give you the details of it, but of course, the report is open access. Thank you very much.
Well done. Thank you, Pierre. Now I would like to ask Tanya, please. Of course.
Bon dia. So, dia, still improving. Thank you very much for the invitation to be here today. I start this. Okay. Yeah. I'm speaking today about Érudit, an extraordinary collaborative initiative celebrating also its 25th anniversary this year. I'm from Montreal in Canada, and Érudit.org is the platform that we have up north on the American continent. But before I start, I really would like to take a minute just to say again, it has been said several times, but congratulations. I want to celebrate SciELO because it's a fantastic project. It is a very unique initiative, and I would like to say congratulations to Abel Packer and to all the SciELO team that is around here and is making a great event out of it. Congratulations to all of you. And at the same time, I would also like to give a big shout out at the same time here to all our different colleagues that work with us in these different initiatives. Pierre has shown a lot of them already and how it grew over the time and how it became a network of collaborations. That's really very impressive. That was not the same 10 years ago to show all these initiatives together on one slide. So really, all of us that contribute to non-commercial, more inclusive and multilingual publishing environment, keep going. And just to mention also PKP, our Canadian flagship partner in Canada, is also celebrating 25 years this year. So there's clearly a nice momentum. And let me serve a little bit on what Fernanda Beigel said this morning and Pierre said also. I think we all collectively have the duty and we need to work more together in order to create more interoperability and to improve our collaboration for the common good that we all have in common. And now let me start to talk a little bit more about Érudit. Érudit.org in Canada hosts more than 300 scholarly journals in social sciences and humanities, and it's an academy-led, community-owned, non-commercial platform that has been funded by 3 Canadian, French, Quebec originated universities, which started, I said it, 25 years ago. 98% of all that content is open access, but we still have a 12-month moving wall. And this moving wall is in compliance with the Canadian tri-agency OA policy. And there are still about 100 out of these more than 300 journals that use this moving wall currently. although they are all trying to transition to full OA now to be more compliant with the OA policies that are underway. And we anticipate that this moving wall will disappear on ERID in a very near future. This is what it looks like for the user, the ERID platform. And this is quickly just an overview and some examples of journals that we collaborate with, like the Canadian Journal of Higher Education, La Revue d'Art Canadienne, First People and Child and Family Review, and so on and so on. I'm sure you know these kind of journals. We work with journals, and also there I relate to what Pierre said, the number of different journals and the heterogeneity of requests that you receive from all these people. When I say 300 journals, and I think SciELO knows what I'm talking about, it means 300 different models of doing this job, actually, and they all come with different requests and formats and so on to us. So we are in a position where we get all this information in from the distributed environment. They are published by societies, by universities, by very small presses. They are independent, and many of them are using OGS on library servers. And then it comes to ERID's core activity as a platform where we have a journal support team, a production team, and of course the people that are taking care of the technology. And they deal with these different data in heterogeneous formats that come in. They create the metadata record for it and carefully craft with this expert production team the record. We do XML markup for the full text, for of course metadata and full text, and then load it into the ERID database, which is our core asset that we have created over all these last years. And then we dispatch from there also to a variety of other downstream disseminators. I come to that later. The articles are available through, no, sorry, I'm mixing it up. So here you see how it gets from unstructured content to machine-readable content. We are producing a standard XML metadata record and XML view for the full text, and then it gets enhanced with the things you know, DOIs, other persistent identifiers, and so on, before it is spread out from this database towards other instances and partners that are part of the dissemination and indexing strategy. The articles are available through the eridit.org platform, of course. As you know, you download, you look in the search engine, or you find it through Google, and then you download a PDF, or you read it in HTML, and parties can also pull data from us through an OAI instance, of course. And ERID then pushes these metadata also to several partners as Crossref, DOAJ, the crawlers from Google come and get the content. Long-time preservation is facilitated with other partners like Portico and the Canadian Scholars Portal. And creating this visibility actually for the Canadian research record in social sciences and humanities is our core business and one of our, the mission that we have. So it works very well because there are a lot of downloads, and these downloads also come from abroad a lot, not only from Canada. So mission completed in the sense of we create visibility, and we know that this content can be read and used everywhere across the world. One of the big things of what our core activities are, and especially mine, and the big task around these kind of platforms in the leadership, is to make sure that we get the money in. So sustainability is really like the big issue. We do grant applications all the time, and we talk to funders to create even our funding opportunities, because they do not exist all the time. So there are not always programs where we fit in. We need to talk to people to say the infrastructure we need is not a research infrastructure as the big telescope or the proton accelerator that you know. So in social sciences, humanities, when the text is like the data, it's always a little bit tricky. So we spend a lot of time on that, and currently we attract around $5 million of funding per year. The funding is largely used to operate the whole of IRIDI's 4 core activities. And it's close to 30% of that money that is also sent to journals, which is about 1.4 million Canadian dollars as royalties, and also mainly as support fund for open access publishing and editorial activities through the partnerships that we have with libraries. Advocacy is mainly geared to funders, but also to journals and to other academic institutions for more support for editorial activities, for adoption of best practices, and how to thrive in an OA and open science environment, which is under constant evolution. So for us, it's currently like a real struggle also to talk to the university management and like the rectors and the vice rectors of researchers and so on, of research, just to clarify that we need to continue to support these journals that are done on their own campuses. Because often we notice that in the universities, we are even not aware of how many journals are produced on the campus and how many journals are in the department, or who is responsible for it and so on. So we are currently in Canada really still looking for data to make clear to the universities that they are heavily involved in the publishing activity, and that this is quite different what we do there in social sciences, humanities, than the publishing activity and how it works in other disciplines. So I continue with my nice challenge of funding and advocacy. It's complex. The operations are funded for IRIDI now for the next 6 years. This is the first time in our history that we can count on such a foreseeable stretch of time. Nonetheless, it remains a very complex environment where sustainability, I said this, is fragile due to the changing government priorities over time as well. Currently in the province of Quebec, we have signed Plan S, and we try to implement this and operate it, and there will be full open access, but on the federal level in Canada, we still have an open access policy which allows for a 12-month embargo. Now they started to review this policy, but we don't know exactly. We don't anticipate that they go in the same way as Quebec, maybe. I look at Johan. I hope I don't reveal anything, but it's under review. So it's pretty much a bottom-up process for us in Canada. We have the libraries, we have the funding agencies, we have the government, we have the universities, but there is no clear line on an open science policy where we can attach the things we do. We always need to make sure that we work with all these different entities and different interests. IRIDI has a large commitment to raising funds for infrastructure, the staff, the team, of course, and the partnering journals. So we have an important agreement with libraries and consortia to support journals through the Partnership for Open Access. It's a diamond model. We only accept the journals if they don't charge article processing charges. And this model has been developed in collaboration with the Canadian academic library community. We are the Canadian Research Knowledge Network. But the Canadian journals are also supported, and there we are, I think, very unique and lucky, through research funds that are coming from the Canadian agencies. So the journals need to apply in a competition and then can receive money for 3 years or 4 years over the time. But they also can lose this money then in the next competition, and then they need to see how they are going to survive. And finally, I also come back to the equity, diversity, inclusion, and accessibility question. And I think my answer and how I would suggest to relate it here is actually all this is the main reason why ERUDI exists, why it has been funded 25 years ago. We work with this Canadian independent HSS journals, non-commercial journals, and the majority are available through OGS on university servers and aggregated on this centralized platform. But this situation that we have there in Canada really contrasts with the oligopolistic situation. The journals are very important for the HSS community. They help us to discuss topics about the Canadian society that international journals maybe or would not be interested in. So if we think about talking about education in the Quebec province or in Canada in general, this may not be of interest of any journal that calls themselves International Journal of Education. So we need these publishing venues to talk about our own society and about the challenges and the impact on our society. They help us to thrive in disciplines such as history, law, education, and public health, where we typically address questions that are strongly rooted in national politics, geography, culture. And ERUDI exists to prevent that the dominant commercial publishing houses take over these small and local publishing venues there. We are also in Canada a bilingual country with French and English as official languages, and we evolve per se in a multilingual context, but French is the minority language in Canada as a whole. So these are mainly the two factors that made the creation of ERUDI possible 25 years ago. The linguistic context of protecting French language publication and the serial crisis and the market concentration in the academic publishing sector, which kind of made happen this momentum where people came together and invested energy and said we need this non-commercial venue in order to prevent our publishing activity in Quebec and in Canada. Merci beaucoup. Obrigada.
Thank you, Tanya. Now, Hitsuko.
Hello, everyone. I'm Ritsuko Nakajima, Director of the Department for Information Infrastructure at JST, Japan Science and Technology Agency, where we run a Japanese journal platform, JStage. I'm honored to join you in celebrating SciELO's 25 years. SciELO and JStage started around the same time, and both platforms have greatly developed so far. So I'm happy to share our experience on JStage on this memorable occasion. First, I would like to give you an overview of JStage. Second, I will talk about our recent development and initiatives of services and systems. Third, I would like to share about our challenging issues that we and scholarly publishers, which means academic societies, are facing. And finally, I would like to conclude by introducing our mid to long-term strategy to address these issues. Before I get to the main topic, I would like to let me mention our organization, JST. JST is a national research and development agency under the Ministry of Education, Science and Technology. JSC is one of the major funders in science and technology in Japan, and also other missions as a core organization responsible for creating knowledge, returning research results to the society, and maintaining research infrastructure. J-Stage is being promoted under the last mission. Now I will give you an overview of J-Stage. J-Stage is a journal platform for Japanese academic societies, not only for academic societies, but for all Japanese institutions and universities, but major users are academic societies. Academic societies will be able to disseminate their journals globally, and it will enhance the presence of research results from Japan. And in addition, it also contributes to open access, as most of the journals are available free of charge. As of March 2023, it hosts 3.7 thousand articles with 3.7 thousand titles, with more than 5 million articles published by 2,200 academic societies. About 90% of journals are free to read. Of those 3,756 journals, 556, or about 15%, are in English. Rest are mixed English and Japanese language journals, or Japanese language journals, about 40% each. Last year, the articles are downloaded more than 390 million times, and 70% of the access are from Japan, but 30% are from overseas, mainly from the United States. And J-Stage hosts journals in every research field, such as including basic natural science, life science, engineering, and humanities and social sciences, and all of the disciplines are well balanced. Here is the structure of operation. In the box, J-Stage services are shown. JST provides the service, and as a basic function, JST provides metadata, full text upload functions, or DOI registrations, and JST covers those costs. Academic societies publish their journals on J-Stage. They are responsible for content. In addition to managing content, they need to create PDF, XML data, and upload them to J-Stage. Societies cover that cost of those. Now I will introduce our recent development and initiatives. We started a journal consultation program in 2016. Societies improve their journals by working with a consultation company. The societies applied for the program and selected. The program progresses following these steps. As you can see here, they get some assessment of the journals and get advice from the experts. The goal depends on the journals, such as get more submissions or to learn about how to transform to open access. some of the journals submit the DOAJ after the program and were accepted. JStage data is a repository to publish research data that underline articles on JStage. It was released March 2020 and all open access, and each data set is registered with a DOI. And in March 2022, we launched a preprint server, JCarve. This is the first full-scale preprint server in Japan. You can submit preprints in Japanese and English in all research fields. The server accepts submissions from inside and outside of Japan. So please submit your preprints with JCarve. And 1.5 years passed since its launch. About 250 preprints have been published. The number of the submissions is gradually increasing, and we expect that this JCarve will become an important platform to promote open access in the future. And I would like to thank the SciELO team for their advice because we asked many questions when we started development of JCarve because we have used the same platform, OPS, and thanks to their advice, it enabled us to release our services very, very quickly. So we appreciate it. Next, I would like to introduce some of the challenges that JStage journals are facing. The first issue, need for increasing the presence and visibility. As journals originating from Japan have not necessarily have a global community as their scope. There are some, they may give some publishing opportunities for students to obtain their degrees, or they may be university bulletins. And also, on the other hand, some journals aim to be internationally competitive journals. So because of these differences in purpose, there will be differences in how to work, how to approach work, or resources they invest. Many face low visibility. And one of the reasons that the visibility has not been increased is that many of the journals are small and divided by the detailed research fields. As you can see here, many societies, including those using JStage, are small, and half of them have only less than 500 members. And furthermore, combined with the fact that many journals are written in Japanese, only a limited number of journals have an impact factor. And without an impact factor, it's challenging to increase visibility. Here, this is not the right place to say it, but in reality, we heard about that from the publishers. The second issue is a need for strengthening the journal's publication system. Many JStage journals still have a print-oriented publication system. Even in English language journals, only 23% provide full-text XML. And preparing XML data in addition to PDF means higher creation cost. Then to reduce their cost, JSD started providing a tool to generate XML and PDF from Word manuscripts. Here, there are a couple of points that should be highlighted. There are very few full-time editorial office staff in Japan. As a result, researchers need to perform the administrative work as shown here by themselves, taking a right time from their research activities. Next, even if they try to compensate for this administrative work with commercial supporting systems, societies have difficulties in using them because due to the lack of the finances. So let's go on to the third issue, which is about barriers to transform to open access. Many JASI journals are free to read, but no reuse license. Even in English journals, English language journals, only 10% clearly state that reuse license and advocate open access journals. Society leaders, often established researchers, still don't have a good impression about their open access journals. They have they are concerned that there are important journals with a long history to be regarded as journals with open access journals with poor quality. And they need to consider cost balance between the number of submissions and the APC if they introduce it. They need to take account of benefit for society members. The most significant benefit to members is access to the journal, because many of the societies are run by a membership system, and the printed version of the journals are delivered only to members. When the online journals began to circulate, the societies decided to publish their journals online for free, but sometimes with an embargo period. So if the journal will become a complete OA, they may lose a membership system. They may lose a part of the membership. Administrative work to change society's regulations, make decisions on procedures or articles in past issues, etc., is a burden for society. This is my last slide. There is no simple solution to address these issues, as you know. And we have a continuous discussion with the societies and to identify their need and make improvements. This slide shows the J-Stage mid to long-term strategy. I want to emphasize that item 2, build up improved cooperation and co-creation with academic societies to strengthen Japanese journals. Strengthen journals in response to different objectives and situations. JSTIS has a wide variety of journals, and it has difficulties at the same time to maintain the diversity. So I would be grateful to share our issues with you today, and hope to have discussions that will lead to our future development of JSTIS. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ritsuko. Bom, eles todos quase se mantiveram dentro do horário.
All of the
Temos
speakers
tempo para
kept
algumas
good
perguntas.
track of time, and we're going to have some time available for Q&A.
In French and 8 articles in English. So it's a variety again of different scenarios, but normally when a journal calls itself bilingual, there is still a lot of majority publication in English in it. But I have more precise data about that if you are interested, that we can talk about it. Multilingual, very few. Some of them are adding Spanish articles in Spanish as well, but it's really a very small portion of journals.
Alguma pergunta online, Alex?
Any online questions, Alex? Well, we have another question here. We have Abel and Luciano. Thank you. I wanted to ask Itsuko. I wanted to ask you what has been the reaction to J-Stage Archive preprint.
Or not submission, but the preprint have been published since its launch. It's only 250, so we're just waiting for that it will be used more, and we have some seminars and some explained at the researchers with the researchers who is receiving JST funding, or talk with Science Council of Japan, etc. And now we think that it's gradually that people know that JST started this new preprint servers. And we started this service because the preprint server or new trend of scholarly publications are not very accepted or not very familiar with Japanese researchers. So we hope that this service will be a kind of opportunities that the global trend of scholarly ecosystem to Japanese researchers.
For Tanja, a clarification about multilingual articles. Do any of those journals publish the same article in multiple languages at the same time? Okay, no. And about the diamond access, the journals, they can't charge any APCs. Those journals, Erudit is the publisher of those journals, no? Or I mean, because or does Erudit is a service provider for those journals and takes the unstructured HTML articles and then produces the XML? And if that's the case, do those articles are already published and then you structure them, or they're only published after Erudit works on them? Thank you.
Thank you for the questions. I start with the last one. I don't remember the first one, but we come back to it. So we received the final version of the article. So some journals still publish in paper, others do only digital only, but we received the final version of it always. So we are not a publisher. We are a dissemination platform aggregator, and we offer the services around that. So that means that the conversion is happening really for the addition to the database and the Erudit platform at the very end of the process. And for the question about the Diamond OA model, it's yes, the agreements actually that we have with the libraries are there on behalf of the journals, if you want. So it's a service provider of this relationship with the libraries and libraries consortia. So the libraries are not dealing with every journal individually about that. It's going through Erudit, and we discuss these agreements with the libraries and then redistribute the money afterwards. But to get into these agreements and the partnership for open access, we only accept the journals in there that do not use APCs.
Fernando?
And the first question about the multilingualism, it's not a common use to publish the article in 3 different languages. It sometimes happens, but it's really a very rare case, actually.
Fernanda?
Sorry to come here again, but now for Pierre, I would like to ask you the same question on Open Edition. What about the publishing of multilingual articles, please?
So it's quite the same situation as with Erudit. So we have some journals, but very few who try to publish the same articles in several languages. And I just want to refer to one of the things that I was saying in my presentation. When you have a platform, you have a technical setup for hosting and disseminating journals and articles in a language. So it can be either English, French, Spanish, etc. And then suddenly you have an exception, those journals who want to publish the same article in several languages. And then you have to adapt your technical setup to manage this displaying and the switch between the language of the same article. And then technically, it's an exception in your technical setup, and that makes things really more complex. So if you have a platform that manages only journals that publish articles in several languages, it's okay. If you have a platform that publishes articles in one language, it's okay. But to have a platform that is able to manage both situations is really complex. I just wanted to stress that aspect.
And it's not very clear how to attribute a DOI to that content. Not talking about that.
Ok. Abel novamente.
I have a question for Pierre. You gave us a lot of details in your description of the idea behind the Opera's platform. But what happens to the journals? Do you have any indicators about the journals and if they are putting into practice diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility?
Understand that Opera is not a platform. It's a distributed infrastructure that gathers people who are running several platforms. Okay. And the point is that the topic of promoting and trying to implement inclusivity, diversity, equity is a growing trend. So all of or most of the members of OPRAS are aware of these new requirements and the need to better support this dimension, but they are struggling, and the situation is diverse from one platform to another. So the idea, for example, in Diamas, precisely in the Diamas project, we have a whole work package, so a whole part of the project, which is precisely to help the presses, the societies, and the platforms and the infrastructures work together to implement at the same level these principles of inclusiveness, diversity, etc.
Muito bem.
Great. That was an excellent opportunity to hear a bit more about these sister platforms to SciELO. We've run out of time, so I'd really like to thank you for being here. Thank you for contributing with such relevant information. And I'd like to invite our Master of Ceremonies once again to the lectern. I'm going to ask our speakers to remain on stage for a picture, and we would like to thank them for their talks, for their participation. So we're going to show the question we asked before again to see if there were any changes to the results. So the question that we had asked before was, to what extent are open access platforms presenting themselves as an alternative to commercial platforms? All right, let's answer this question again. You can refresh your phones or press F5 on your computer if you'd like. And then you may answer the question. Okay, we had a very similar result. A lot had the highest number of answers in this survey, so it still remains that way. No one has answered, it's not. That's interesting. So I think we can compare both now. Here we go. So we saw an increase to 83%. But as a reminder, this difference on the graph is because of the number of people who answered in the beginning and in the end. So that's why we are seeing this difference. Okay, so with that, we can continue with the last panel for today. It is titled Multilingualism, within the theme Universalization of Research Communication. We'd like to invite to this table Mr. Gilvan Miller de Oliveira, coordinator of the UNESCO Chair of Linguistic Policies for Multilingualism, and a professor at the Federal University of Santa Catarina. Ms. Lucia Santaella, titular professor at the Catholic University of São Paulo. And the chair for this panel will be Mr. Felix Garcia Laucin, director and coordinator of the Espaço Ibero-Americano del Conhecimento at the Secretaria General Ibero-Americana. Before I hand it over to Mr. Felix, I apologize because we also have a question for this panel. So the question will be asked again. It is, do you think artificial intelligence tools will enable academic communication to become universal in any language within the next 5 years? So we're going to show you a code. You'll need to scan it again. It's a different code. Or you can use the number at the screen, 24224504. In previous talks, we've heard some speakers suggesting that artificial intelligence could be a solution for multilingualism. So now we'd like to hear your opinion. So we see yes, no, probably yes, probably no, and I don't know. So there seems to be an equal split between yes and probably yes. So there's still a big split there between the two yeses. We'll talk about this at the end of the panel to see if anything has changed. Now, I'd like to pass it over to Mr. Felix. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, and thank you for sticking around for the last panel of today. It's been a long day. I'm not going to take up much of your time, so I'll pass it over to our guests. Maybe at the end I'll make a few comments if we have enough time. And I won't use up your time any longer. So following the order that we have established, I'm going to pass it over to Mr. Jules van Miller de Oliveira, who is a coordinator of the UNESCO Chair for Linguistic Policies for Multilingualism, or UCLPM. He's also a professor at the Federal University of Santa Catarina. Good afternoon. I'm very happy to be here. I'm an admirer of the SciELO platform. I've been a user of SciELO for many years. And I have some ideas on multilingualism, which might help you to answer the question that was just asked. So I would like to say that we are a UNESCO chair. There are many UNESCO chairs, and they are research networks that focus on different UNESCO goals. Our focus is multilingualism. We do research in 11 different languages, which might seem like a small number, but it might not be if we consider that only 70 languages are used in higher education around the world. So out of 8,000 languages, only 70 are languages used in higher education, which is where we have research. And it's from research that we have scientific publications and journals. This is a major advance, though, because the 20th century boosted monolingualism. 120 years ago, the scientific production was made in about 15 languages, as Ulrich Amon stated. And there was some equality between some very few European languages: German, English, Italian, French, as well as Russian and Japanese. But we started to see some concentration of English in this equation. This took place because we can say that the 19th and 20th centuries were centuries in which nation states started to take center stage. And they were the ones that started destroying languages. Since they had a central language, they did everything they could to centralize everything in the national language. So we were in a Eurocentric world of about 15 languages, to a world of 70 languages, which was only possible after decolonization and after many countries were created. We now have 195 countries, but at the time there were about 40. So we are inhabiting increasingly multilingual spaces. This is based on economic immigrants or immigrations of several types. There are nearly 700 million, people living outside their own country. Refugees carrying languages to new spaces, but we have over 1.1 billion tourists traveling around the world. Tourism is a mass phenomenon. And 6 million students going to universities abroad, learning a different language, having greater interactions, and having more linguistic contacts. There's another location that is multilingual in nature that we didn't have before, the internet. Online, as you know, borders are not very relevant. Borders between countries don't necessarily stop you from going elsewhere online. Languages are much more real in the internet than countries. Last week, we had in Sao Paulo the first Internet Governance Forum for the Portuguese-speaking community. So we had a meeting of all the Portuguese-speaking countries in the Museum of the Portuguese Language, and besides having .br in Brazil and .pt for Portugal and .ao for Angola, we could have .por for Portuguese. So we could have a high-level domain connected to the language spoken and no longer just the country, which would make the Portuguese language a pioneer across 4 continents where we have 9 Portuguese-speaking countries. We started a project with the Brazilian Foreign Ministry in 2021 for the presence of Portuguese online. And we can find a lot of data there that refer to multilingualism. The methodology used for this study is one of 3 that currently exist. 2 of them are in private companies, but this is a methodology that is open source that can be downloaded and seen. Its results can be checked. One of the important things here is that, contrary to what is said in the media, the internet is not dominated by English. English used to be the dominant language online, but it is losing space continuously. Its presence online is going down, not because there are fewer English speakers, but because other languages are on the rise online. Whether because the internet arrived later to these places or because other countries now have more connectivity, or maybe because some languages solve problems in writing because, of course, the internet centers around a certain alphabet. So the Portuguese-speaking internet represents about 21% of the web, while 19% is in Chinese. But it should go down and represent the number of speakers of the world, which should be about 19%. This data from 2021 shows these trends appearing. English first, Chinese second, Spanish third, and a number of languages tied for 4th place. French and Hindi. Hindi has already surpassed French, actually, and then a number of countries tied. Portuguese, Russian, Arabic, German, Japanese, that will have their final position defined by their demography. German and Japanese can no longer grow in connectivity or demography because they have already reached their cap. It's important to see the last item in the list, which is marked in remaining. Remaining or other languages correspond to more internet content than English. And this is the fastest growing space online, as we have more inclusion for many languages that have less numerous communities now joining the internet. This data is all in an online open platform. You can get data per language. We have 346 languages that can be seen in our system, all languages that have over 1 million speakers in the world. This was funded by the Guimarães Rosa Institute and the Brazilian Foreign Ministry, 50%, and 50% by the French Ministry of Culture. So now we arrive at this idea. Multilingualism can be socially described as a game as of arm wrestling. During an arm wrestling match, you're pulled to both sides. And as we have multiple languages competing for space, on the other hand, you have common languages. That is a role played by English in many places. And at the core, one of the most important elements, and I think my colleague will discuss it, is translation. In the 21st century, it became an active component of geopolitical reflections and policies. And it's a way to project yourself on a multilingual world. So with multilingualism and with multilingual repertoires, we have the new language for the 21st century, along with electronic translation and machine-mediated interactions. So connecting all of these factors and the different lines of research represented here, we created this acronym, PLICES, Politics and Planning in Languages for Science and Higher Education. They observe all of these aspects together from the perspective of languages, since languages in many cases are invisible to researchers in other areas, as if they didn't exist. When we look at the university systems around the world, we see this very clearly. Evidently, most of the Chinese university students study in Chinese, and they represent 28 million people, just as the 4.3 million university students in Brazil study in Portuguese. Which means that this idea that Portuguese rules over higher education is much more of an expression of a certain area of how information and knowledge is produced than the different places in which higher education takes place. Production is one part of it, but formation and circulation are different areas. Heiner Enrique Hamel from Mexico created this formula to help us understand that in Latin America we should be investing on a linguistic tripod. So Portuguese and Spanish to produce information, Portuguese or Spanish and English to form our lists, and the three languages to circulate and spread this information. China publishes more scientific papers than the US and has been doing that for 7 years. The growth of publication in other contexts is quite quick, which doesn't mean that English is not present in a significant part of these articles, but it implies that China has the capacity of establishing what will be published in English and what will be published in Chinese. And this is the result of their own political homework that they've created to have the best reach and circulation for their own science. I'd also like to make a contribution to Dr. Alex Beckhauser. I was very proud to have been the counselor for this dissertation. So here we see citations across countries in Portuguese and in English to see how Brazilian science is consumed and if there's any linguistic impact. It's very interesting because what he sees is that the biggest consumer of Portuguese-speaking Brazilian science is Brazil, but also the greatest consumer of English-speaking Brazilian science is also Brazil, and that there isn't much difference in its impact and the number of citations from abroad if the article is written in Portuguese or English in a Brazilian journal, which has made us reflect a lot. Also looking at the reflections of Professor Fernanda Beiger from Kusher University, a researcher working in this line. She says that the best way of overcoming this isolation and expanding the number of languages in the system and having more impact for our publications is to have co-authorships with people from other countries who speak other languages. And so we've started a process. If I'm Brazilian and you're Russian, we can write an article together. You can publish it in Russian in your country. I'll publish it in Portuguese in my country. You'll get a publication in Brazil and you'll join the Brazilian market, and I gain a publication in Russia and join that Russian market for my area. Not because I speak Russian and not because a translator translated it into Russian, but rather because we can work with partnerships to have a post-monolingual science made up of people who speak several languages and who are cooperating to have a multilingual environment. With that said, we should stop seeing languages as a problem. We will continue to see them as a right, of course, but the core here is that we should see languages as a resource to reach different places and different situations. So, being monolingual in English, as it is often described, refers only to certain areas of scientific production. In our case, we see a number of reactions against this monolingual character of the English language. For example, the Bogota Charter, or SILP 2022, the International Conference of Spanish and Portuguese in the Ibero-American State organization, all creating proposals to create mutual understanding between Portuguese and Spanish and to expand the reach of Brazilian science, among other things. Finally, of course, we have to mention machine translation, especially zero-shot machine translation, which is currently a cutting-edge technology that has introduced new languages to the translation system, including indigenous languages like Quechua, Guarani, and Aymara. And so not only do we recognize that this current situation is multilingual and that multilingualism is on the rise across all societies in the world, including scientific production, but also we believe that the threat of monolingualism in English is true, and it's related to how publishers operate, obviously, as everyone knows. So we have to think about multilingual situations that can be created for this area so that we can keep track of what has happened in the 21st century. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Ivan de Oliveira. And now I'm going to invite the full professor of the Catholic University of São Paulo to take the floor. Good afternoon, everyone. I thank you very much for this invitation. I also would like to congratulate SciELO for its 25th anniversary, their silver anniversary. I do not have a PowerPoint. I was asked a question. It's very challenging, actually, and I accepted to talk about this in an anthropologic approach. So where are we right now in these discussions? And so the objective of my presentation now is to locate the main evolution peaks, historical and anthropological peaks that have gradually led us to our current conditions. The history of writing is very old. It goes back to what should be its oldest form, writing, or cuneiform writing, 4,000 years before Christ. But we had some precursors that probably started some type of writing 8,000 years before Christ. Of course, I'm not going to go that far back in the past, but in the different caverns, Homo sapiens started transposing their memory outside the biological brain. The biologic brain is precarious for the preservation of cultural memory because of the simple fact that the biologic brain is mortal, whereas the form to externalize memory are collective and cumulative. There have been many ways to deal with it, but the one that made history in the West was the alphabetic writing implemented in the Greek world. A great leap to durability and multiplication of writing, and that happened with Gutenberg's inversion and also Chartier's books. Another leap happened with technical reproducibility and the Industrial Revolution discussed by Walter Benjamin. Among other inventions, it led to the multiplication of journalistic production in the specific field of writing. And what should be highlighted is that there has been a remarkable change in written language, which started a history of hybridization, which would have radical consequences in the computation hypermedia. And in the era of the movies, among others, the written language would lose its sovereignty. And this loss would become more marked with the advent of the electronic age, where images prevailed. But something was about to happen. Written language would go from paper to tele-electronics. It would find another place to live, the digital world. The video text system included 3 media, telephone, computer, which were combined and interpenetrated. In this context of video text, for the first time ever, written language went from the monitor and is stored in the computer's memory. With alphanumeric, the video text was the first one to bring writing text to electronic support. In other words, digitalized writing. And this is something that we do not often think of, but it's considerable for a language where we only had it in paper, and then later on the computer started penetrating domestic environments, especially of researchers, writers, intellectuals, among other professionals. And then the novelty was hypertext. And then we have had a long stage and now we have the so-called digital humanities with implications in semi-optics, literary theory, and artificial intelligence. And then in the end of the 90s, hypertext scenario was invaded by another novelty, hypermedia. So instead of the connections by means of fragments of texts, and then we moved on to images, sounds, and animations. We need to explore what is going on in written language. It is amazing the progress that automatic translations have made in a short while, and this corresponds to the advances of artificial intelligence in the last few years. Translation among different languages has been thoroughly studied by different specialists, and it suffices to say that instead of having a word-by-word translation, which leads to very strange results, it learns the meaning of the sentences in more global terms of the language of origin, transposing it to the target language. And what comes to mind is, how can a machine be able to perform such a complex text and apparently so specifically human? Because at the end of the day, oral communication is what differentiates us as a species, and this is the main shock of ChatGPT. But not only do we have programs to carry out this task, but also we've been developing it to almost perfection. For those who've been working with this program, have probably realized that there has been a great leap in reality. What could be understood as an anthropomorphization of machines. And this can only be understood if we are careful and pay attention to the quick development of artificial intelligence in the last few years, and that is combined to so many documents made available, big data. And another principle which is linked to big data has to do with machine learning that takes place under supervision by means of classifications, or non-supervised by means of the analysis of standards. The machine learns based on multiple traces or representations of data. And the development of machine learning is such that in the case, for example, of Google, when we went from Google Translator to Google Neural Machine Translator, this means nothing more than going from the translation of a few languages to the translation of 103 languages, and this was in 2018. And if this is not enough, we incorporated zero-shot translations, which enables the same system to translate multiple languages. So we've had recent advances based on language models innovating neural network that transforms a magic of engineering. But let's leave technologies in the hands of specialists. And I think it's important for us to make some important considerations because, in fact, we see a reverse rebirth of the Babel Tower. Babel means confusion, so God destroyed the tower, established the differentiation of languages, the dispersion or the dissemination of the different peoples on the globe, leading to the impossibility of translation. But what human intelligence can achieve is not little based on the power of the persistence of its desire. And for us mortals, and that's why the gods envy us. It's true. We are penalized when we want to be perfect. So the work of translation has improved to the point of the optimization where we see ourselves today thanks to the work of artificial intelligence. And there is no reason for us to fear the advances of artificial intelligence. Today, we are very close to reaching the dream of Borges and Babel's library, where all of the books in the world, and this was beautifully mentioned in the book called The Name of the Rose. But in addition to his dream, the possibility of reading, understanding, and knowing any scientific text in our own language transforms all of the language in the world into my own language. This unreplaceable language that we learn from our mother's mouth, where Fernando Pessoa transforms the floor we step on into our native land. And also what he says, my land, my language, my native language, my native land, my native language. Also, do you remember the movie 100 Years of Solitude? They mentioned signs of scriptures that we will never be able to reach. Being able to read any text in our own language enables us to learn more. And that is combined to the resources of exchanges that is enabled by the networks. Then we have the possibility to have a globalized knowledge. The benefits of artificial intelligence do not stop there. In the invisible layer of translation systems, big data, thanks to the resources of data sciences, enables us to have more precision or accuracy and a greater reach, standardization, and evaluation of scientific texts. A topic that has been explored by the principles of open science. This is a topic to be discussed by specialists, and I think it's important to mention here that all of the technologies, without any exception, are ambivalent. And as they progress, we have gains and they provoke losses in a game which is very difficult to balance. And that's why I will stop here, enlightened by the gains. And the losses, on the other hand, just so we do not make any foolishness, cannot be hidden. The other day, they called me an optimistic, and I was very angry, and I said, no way, not here in Brazil. You can't do that here. And that was somebody from Canada, okay? Canada is wonderful. You can be optimistic in Canada, but being optimistic here is a totally different story. Now, let's not fall into any euphoric foolishness. We cannot hide them. Let's leave them for another moment, because we need to stop and think over so that we can get away from the lack of sensibility caused by rush. Thank you very much for this patriotic, for this wonderful final words. We have 15 minutes for interventions. Now, we have some time. Time is a priority for you. Good afternoon. My name is Patrick. I am the director of a geriatric journal here in Brazil, and in our journal, we have a very clear issue on the importance of multilingualism, and it is part of our editorial project to prepare the journal for this and considering the Latin American market as a niche. This is perhaps a technical, maybe theoretical question, and practical for those who work with publishing. Multilingualism, and based on the considerations of SciELO, among others, involve the demand that translations into different languages should have a specific DOI. That has a cost, of course. And when multilingualism is considered as up to 10 different languages, we have to discuss how far this attribution of multiple DOIs for so many languages is really required, or if perhaps in 5 years we will have artificial intelligence tools that will reduce or maybe not demand the need to have 3 languages in the same journal, and the publication in a mother tongue is enough for this manuscript to be understood in any other language. But we also have some technical remarks to make here. Well, what if we accumulate a few questions and then I will turn over to you. Excellent panel. What concerns me in today's world with my students is that they no longer try to learn other languages because they say that artificial intelligence is going to solve the problem of multilingualism. There's a good side to it because you can read and understand things that we would not otherwise understand. But there's the downside that by learning other languages, we will think just as others do. We have a brain plasticity. So I want to know what would be the compromise between a total artificial intelligence and multiple language learning. Well, for the time being, I don't see any further questions. Maybe you want to take the floor? It's difficult for us to see from here because of the light. Now we have the word universality, and I was asking myself if the different languages, I was thinking about inclusion, and if we could include multilingualism in the concept of inclusion. We also have the Braille system for the blind, or systems such as DICE, and if this would be included in this scenario, or how we could go about this, because in open access in Latin America, we also consider universality open access, but we have to consider the point of view of inclusion. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Gilson. I'm COSRAF ambassador in Brazil. Multilingualism is something that has persistent indicators, and it's something that has already been solved. We're having a lingual process, and people say, well, do we have to pay for two persistent identification? Because if you have two different languages, we have two different registries and two persistent indicators, two different indicators. We never have two identical IDs. But we do not have a cost for the second DOI. If you establish a relationship between them, they're going to be merged into a single one, and we would not have to pay for the two of them. And we will train you on how to work with that. Thank you very much. If you do not have any more questions, I will turn over to you. Well, thank you very much for the questions, and I will try to remember all of the questions, starting from the colleague who mentioned the correlation between learning and translation. The more translation we have available, less learning is required for that specific activity. However, different types of interaction demand different linguistic knowledge. You can use translation to have a partial access, or to read or hear in a different, or listen in a different language. But when you have to interact with a researcher who speaks that language, and when you have to work with certain objects that are expressed in that language, it requires different understanding of the language. So as opposed to what we may think, what it causes is the specialization of language learning. It will lead to more specification in why we learn a foreign language, and so on and so forth. And even in our relationship with artificial intelligence, because this eliminates the understanding. And I'm happy that the question on the DOI has already been answered. I wanted to comment that our world was created for monolingualism, and a lot will have to be adapted until we have a new structure that can welcome multilingualism and cause a circulation among languages in a different way. And then we have come from 2 centuries of monolingualism, and now we have a mid and long-term pathway for us to be able to normalize and naturalize this circulation among the different languages. And then, in addition to the spoken languages, today we have the sign languages. Only in Brazil, we have identified 22 different sign languages. They are only natural, they are natural languages, but they're not spoken. They are sign languages. So how are we going to introduce different elements to identify that multilingualism is not limited to spoken languages? On the other hand, in the concept of spoken languages, what we say about teaching, about translation, about artificial intelligence reaches a very limited number of languages. Of these 8,000 languages in the world, only 700 of them have written translation. The other ones are spoken languages. They were never normalized. There is no norm or standard. There is no way for them to be included in artificial intelligence. They cannot follow the pathway of hegemonic languages except for a significant development in writing, grammar, dictionaries, terminologies. And this is just so we're not too enthusiastic about artificial intelligence, because what we have in hands now is a huge investment to be made in languages, and that's why today we are in the International Decade of Indigenous Language. We have over 2,200 languages that are considered as threatened languages by UNESCO, and therefore we wanted to make it feasible for the speakers of these languages to have access to information when we have UNESCO's statement on access to information. The Brazilian Sign Language is a language. Braille is not a language. It is only a digital system that enables reading for the blind. Braille is based on the different spoken languages. We have Braille in English, Braille in Portuguese, but the Brazilian Sign Language is an independent language. The sign languages are different from the spoken language, and they demand technical solutions as well for publication. So how can we publish scientific papers in sign languages? We have the Federal University of Santa Catarina, one of the first initiatives in sign languages, in the Brazilian Sign Language, and it was a model for other universities. This is a very complex topic, which also deserves our attention. Thank you very much. I'm going to be very brief. If I were to write about the other side of our scale, it would be totally different. Some colleagues call me futuristic. I think this is catastrophically naive. We are in the Anthropocene era. We don't even know what's going to happen to our species. So I come from past to present, because the past teaches us. And as Walter Benjamin says, history and the past is true, but as it comes back at a moment of danger, and this is it. We are really going through very deep human transformations. It is our own ontology that has to be reconsidered. We have a lot of losses to deal with.
Artificial intelligence will lead to a great loss. The high plasticity of the mind, of the brain. In fact, when people age, physicians know that the brain shrinks, that the mind is lost. So they ask them to learn a foreign language, because that's a huge effort, which is very gratifying. So a lot can be lost. But I'm just going to tell you one thing about indigenous languages. And I hope you like it. I'm coordinating, you know, I'm working with the Anthropocene. I'm creating a theory about a continuity between the physical world that goes from stone to the human mind. But in any case, by chance, I subscribed to CNPq. I sent this to them, it was approved, and we have an international group to study the transformations and the importance of language. And what language means for each people, to each one of us. What happens when you're understanding someone who speaks a different language? You don't truly understand them. It's impressive because a single word can have meaning in a language, and it can be a secret even for artificial intelligence. So we've been studying some indigenous tribes. I probably shouldn't say tribes, I should say indigenous communities. We're looking at some indigenous communities that are starting to use cell phones. This is creating profound changes to their sociability. My conclusion is, what I'm driving at is, indigenous women don't speak Portuguese. And they don't learn Portuguese in their communities because they are the guardians of their own languages. And now they're using WhatsApp. You cannot imagine what they're doing there. It's true matriarchy. I mean, that's it. That's what I wanted to share. They take care of everything. Yeah, that's normal. That's what we expected. So, simply to conclude, I have to conclude because we could be here for hours, but I said from the beginning that I think that it could go for on and on, but I'm sure that it went on for long enough. What we do in the scientific community and the work that we do in innovation should also include multilingualism. We know that Europe is usually very advanced when it comes to the number of languages spoken, and they bet on multilingualism. It needs to serve some criteria. We've mentioned this in some previous sessions. And some are deeply connected to how we assess science. This wasn't said during this table, but it is also an important factor. Artificial intelligence is also here to stay. So I think it's very interesting to talk about that. I really enjoyed the historical perspective that you gave us because actually most artificial intelligence tools have existed for a long time. What changed was that now we have over computing, and this allows us to have linguistic models applied to data science, which truly allows us to do what we're doing right now. But we have very important challenges ahead of us as a region. We're in a region that has many strengths, such as only having 2 languages that are absolutely dynamic around the world. If we're able to put these 2 communities together, the Spanish-speaking and Portuguese-speaking communities, will have amazing numbers. Just as was saying, the number of universities that use Portuguese and Spanish, if we were able to add them together, we would be the biggest in the world. So I think we have to promote our languages as global languages for scientific communication. And this should also be done remaining sensitive to our linguistic diversity. We hope that this movement will protect and promote the variety of languages that we have in our region. So thank you very much, everyone. Starting with our panelists, Professor Giovanna and Professor Lucia, thank you for your questions, which were very engaging. And I believe that now all we have to left is to hear what you think about artificial intelligence. Let's answer the question again. Thank you, Professor Felix, Professor Jovan, and Professor Santarella. If you'll allow me to go off script for a bit, I studied in the University of São Paulo technologies and digital medias. And Professor Santarella was the person who idealized this program. So I studied there from 2005 to 2008. And now, 17 years later, I'm coordinating SciELO. So it's an honor for me to introduce you in this panel and to meet you in person in the context of this week. So, again, do you believe that artificial intelligence tools will allow communication to become universal in any language in the next 5 years? It's still the same link, but if you need it again, here it is. Okay, let's take a look at the results. So the top answers were yes, then probably no, and I don't know. We see similar results right now. Very similar to the first time the question was asked. And this is the comparison. 41 before and 48 now. So it went up. And only yes went down slightly. Again, the difference between this graph, the numbers in this graph is the difference in the number of respondents. So this concludes our second day for the conference. I'd like to ask our panelists to stay here for a picture, and we'll continue tomorrow starting at 8:30. This will be the last day of SciELO 25. Thank you.